Age before beauty.
Well, sorry. Who's older? All right.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
And you good to go and you don't need the text.
Okay. 21,
22 again.
22. Okay.
Ready?
So is this a good place for the clock? Ethan?
Yeah, either way is fine.
But that's fine, whatever.
I would appreciate it if you take the text farther away.
Right here?
Farther away. I don't need them.
We don't need them,
I
okay.
don't want to see them.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay. Even
All
better.
right. Okay. Good answer.
Yes.
set for 21 hours, 58 minutes.
Oh,
What?
you set it for 22 hours.
So you use 2 minutes basically, and you use 4 minutes.
Oh,
Okay?
okay. Silly me. Thought I knew how to work those.
Okay, Marty, one for you.
Sure shake.
Okay.
trying to watch them both a little bit.
Are you commentating officially?
No, he asked me to, but I've got doubles in like 20 minutes, so
Yeah, me too.
yeah. So I'm just sitting down and see from here into the back there yesterday. I can see the dice much better. No, if I'm just because I'm closer, I was really tired yesterday.
We're not being filmed, but I'm gonna come a little closer in here.
Come
Same thing.
join me.
There's no chair, but I can see better this way.
This is a live mic now. Everything you say is on the mic.
I'm sorry? Oh,
It's
the
a
mic's
li-
on?
It's on, yeah.
Oh, okay, the mic's on.
Go.
No, I don't think he wants me to commentate and stop in like 10 minutes, you know, so I'm happy to just watch. These great players play.
Yeah.
I got nothing better to do than to do this. Yeah?
Okay.
What's happening?
I've kind of been watching, jumping back and forth, catching a little bit of both.
5-5. Do you know Mario?
Yeah, I do. I've known Mario many years. I don't even know how many, 35 years maybe?
Oh, wow.
I don't know. A lot of my friends, backgammon friends, longer than that.
Okay. Need to count the race and I'm lazy to do it. Okay.
Now what?
3-1, no
Nothing,
shots.
Nothing, yeah.
No shots. Just playing safely. 6-4.
It's not good. Gotta make your 4 and,
Slot this, I suppose.
yep, seems right. So some serious threats coming on you out there. I wonder if coming out could be right.
Coming out, I don't think it could be right.
I mean, if you, well,
It's like everything hits, pretty much. Like hits makes points, double hits. I can't imagine it be right. But I mean, I've seen Stranger Things.
but now that rolls like 4-1 that point at it, you get a ace shot from the bar.
Well, I
No.
mean, he could just pick and pass, right?
And now, like here, if he points on you, you get a in and a shot at that. So there's some advantages.
Well, like 11-7 to 6. No shots. Yeah, I don't think he can make the 4-pointer. It's too dangerous. What is
Well,
this?
that's the point of coming out. If the bar could be right coming out, this is why, because of the return shots.
I understand. But it seems like it's just too dangerous. Oh, it's a 6-2. My bad. I thought it was a 4-1 for some reason. Why did it was a 4-1? I don't know. It looks like neither 4 nor 1.
Oh, it was 6-2 then. Okay. But now you get these shots on over here.
Yeah.
It didn't get it.
well,
Plus a
well,
chance to anchor.
like that.
So there was some certain gains from that.
But
position.
did he play it right though? 6-2.
This is very strong now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're close, if not there now. The pick, given the pick count.
We just doubled. Yeah.
Yeah. Let them figure it out.
Chris doesn't want to see it. I don't blame him.
So if he points on the bar and uses a guy that you get those return shots, I don't know which was right. At first I thought going to the ace was right, but I think engaging for more contact
All right.
was right.
We haven't met. I'm Terry, by the way.
Yeah, I'm Dmitry.
Dmitry,
Of course,
nice to meet you.
of course we met.
But it was a long time ago. You know, you remember that.
I remember everybody.
You do? Okay.
Not really,
I
but I remember you.
I don't remember. I had for breakfast this morning, so you're doing great.
Yep, thank
Okay,
you.
see you in a few minutes.
Yep.
Thanks. This is tough. Hit,
Hit twice.
yeah, if you can, yeah. And yeah, that seems right. Yeah, I don't think you're there yet.
Okay, makes a point safely. I think he's thinking about making a
The four, and
four point.
you're thinking about it anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
I don't either. Both have a 2-point board, and he's on the bar, so you must be winning, and you're up in the race. That's, oh no.
No, you think just
No, no.
tanker?
I take the 20-point. It's nice to
It's-
unstack that, but
It's
you don't.
interesting. He has 11 checkers in the zone. Okay, so that's a consideration. I think actually I like this.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a little much, but
Okay, I don't like it.
now you can remake the 20-point. I think hitting is too loose.
5-4.
All the way from the back, duping twos maybe?
Okay.
From the 23 all the way?
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to that 6 that was up there.
Well,
That
maybe-
was really interesting.
Maybe these people can tell us.
Yeah.
Was the roll? 40,
It-
oh, 6-2, yeah. What was bad with the 6-2 that we were arguing about?
Yeah, does anybody have that out there? That 6-2 that he took a lot of time on coming from the bar.
I guess the mic is too close to my computer. So what I can do, I can reduce the board volume sound a little bit. I'll be right back.
Okay, I've got like 5 minutes and I'm heading out.
Okay.
I don't think I announced myself when I came in. Oh, actually, I was just sitting here watching, and Dimitri came up, and I joined him. But my name is Dennis Culpepper, and I'm just doing a little commentating here. We only have one mic, so I may have been too far away from the mic for you to hear me. But I'm leaving. I have doubles match coming up in 3 to 5 minutes, so I'll need to leave. But Dimitri will be back any minute.
Are you announcing? Are you announcing?
Yeah, I was just watching, but now but I have doubles in like 3 minutes, so.
Yeah, with me.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, not against you, but with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have they done the draw yet? I was trying to wait
don't
till,
know.
trying to wait
No,
till
it's pretty soon.
Dimitri came back.
I thought you might just be sitting there. I didn't
Yeah,
know
if you don't see me, I'll be helping him here, but I'll be there
you're
shortly.
helping Dimitri.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, congratulations last night on
Yeah.
winning was better, but hell, I
Huh?
mean, second place.
Someone told me I made a horrible error in the last game. Cost me. We'll see.
what was it?
Double fours? Some double fours I misplayed? I haven't looked at it. And he said it was the difference of the game.
Who was saying that?
Oh,
Roberto.
watched it.
Okay.
Roberto, the finals of the
Yeah.
Super.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I know my PRs are so tired. Yeah, hotel.
Okay.
That's my doubles partner, Mark.
Mark Emmerich,
Yeah,
he's having a good weekend.
he is. I think I'll let him roll and I'll just sit on the side and watch the show.
He only lost one match so far.
Incredible.
Okay. Chris doesn't want to think about the cube here. Interesting. His opponent has 5 checkers back. I mean, he has a high anchor, but you still some gammons with 5 checkers
And
back.
he's got to run out into all those shots. You
Yeah.
know, he can't play it over here.
5-2. Okay, Mario plays for the contact, basically for return shots. Leaving more shots immediate, but hoping to get some in return. I would double this and
Yeah.
here you can double.
Switch. I mean,
Switch to the ace for sure. Then yeah, let's switch to the 10 point. 10 point also is like 6 pips away from the 4 point.
Right.
The point you want to make.
and it breaks the point you really want to get off of, which is 6 points away from the 5 point, from
Sure.
the 20 point.
Sure, of course.
So it does both those things. And then yeah, just switch. Just make the ace. You don't want him making a double anchor. You just plan on. You might be too good if you flunk with all of them, but your plan is have an efficient cube. What? He didn't hit the other one? Wow.
Well, he hasn't hit the clock yet.
I know. He's I guess he's thinking, if he makes this play, can I double anything he comes in with?
Right.
You know.
Well, no, because he left double fours.
Oh, you did leave double fours. Wow. That surprised me. Now for just come up.
Just come out, yeah.
Come up.
Oh, you mean come out from the 24?
Yeah.
I would come out.
Yeah. I guess. Can you take a cube? Probably not either way. Which one might allow one to play on?
Well, the coming out certainly seems more confusing, right? Okay, this is just double. 5 checkers back.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's got 140 pips. Yeah. But all I'm saying is, if you came out with a 5, do you make it too good versus double cash? Do you give him a free roll at you, thinking that even if you get hit, you could pass later? Is it worth it? I don't know the answer, but that's what might happen if he rolled really good and rolled double 2s, swapped you off the ace, hit the other guy. Now he may be too good.
Mm-hmm. So correct approach is to hit and split, just like that. All right, good luck in your match.
I got 5 minutes, and they'll probably run away.
You still got 5 minutes.
5
okay.
minutes.
All right. We'll spend more time together here. Good draw. Not the best, but good. Slows his opponent down a little bit. Makes the bar point. Chris has advantage here. This helps.
Yep, that was a good shot. That was a great shot.
Ooh,
Oh, that was a great
this
shot.
was an excellent shot.
Wow. And I don't know what I'd do. Come off the ace all the way, perhaps? 24 to 16. I
Yes,
don't know.
it's,
Duping,
I-
creating contact and freezing the 10-point a little bit.
I think I like it because mostly because I don't see a better alternative. Another
You c-
another track could be to make the 3-point, but then stripping all the points, making the point behind an anchor.
Yeah, I like engaging with contact right now before he does
Here he
something good.
hits too. I'm not sure that's right.
It's a good shot. And out. Oh, he's got two up, sorry. 3-5.
5-3 makes an anchor. Yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah,
the other
yeah,
guy. My
yeah.
bad. Okay, so need to wake up. Where's my coffee?
That's a great shot. Out from the back. Heading out to the bar or make the bar? Which is it?
I would make the bar.
I think so. There's so many blots. You're still winning the race. I would too. So many blots. I think it's an overplay to hit. That's probably my opponent's already, so let me scoot. I know it's close anyway.
You good luck there?
Okay, thanks, Dimitri. See you later, gang. I'm checking out. Maybe I'll join back later.
Okay, even Steven, 7-7. Two one, split or slightly about the same in value at this point. So I guess yes, cover and split with the 3. Hitting is better than making a 7-point there. 4-6, play 4, and I would play 6 down here like that. Okay, behind the race, you want to keep your guard back. 4-2. I like making points. Okay. Hits and makes a 7-point. He's in a very strong position now. 3-1 makes an anchor. This will keep Mario from doubling. 6-4. Now he runs out with that back checker. (5-2). So needs to hit here and continue. This is fine. I'm wondering if sliding was better, but this is definitely fine. So with the 2-1, he's gonna unload that heavy stack a little bit. 6-3. Interesting. Coming out was an alternative, but then he didn't have a good 3 to play. With this roll, I'm gonna make 2-point. I'm not gonna leave him shots, and
Doubles it is.
Let's do it.
I don't think it's worth it. I would have made just 2-point here. You want to cover that blot anyway at some point. So 6-2 can make the 4-point. 6-6 Super Joker comes out and keeps going, blocking opponent sixes. Okay, Chris chooses safety. Uh, Six to five seems fine. This is not a problem. Yeah, this is not a big deal either. Okay, so what do we have here? 9 times 9 is 81 and 24. I think slot and ace was a little better here, but not a big deal again. 4-1. And 3-2, I'm guessing. Depending what the race is. If Chris is ahead in the race, maybe 3-2 was better, just to keep yourself flexible. Six one makes the deuce point, I believe. No, this creates too many gaps, I think. Also, Mario may want to run very soon, and then you want to have your homeboard point ready. Okay, now it makes a 2 point. Okay, now let's stop and count. 40, 61, 71, 75, 84. Okay, and Chris is much better pick counter than I am. Okay, so pick and pass. Leaves 3 shots, but against ground in the race. 3-6 dances. Double 1. Okay, makes a point, and I'm thinking 8-6. Or this way. This way only leaves 1 number instead of 2. Of course, he could also play 10-8, but then his follow-up force wouldn't be very good. Yeah, I think this is it actually. Five comes in, 2 comes down. He's ahead. He's down in the race, so there is no point in coming out. Double 2s brings all in. What's up?
Not much. Can't stay there. No reason. No shots.
No shots for a while, yeah. Maybe. Mm. 4-1. Alright, looks like we are heading toward that special 2-way, 4-way score. Probably 6-5 here. You so much down in the race. Rolling ace will not help you. You need some. You need high. You know, high doubles. Okay, this helps. And 5-1, I think. Still need another large double. 5-2. Okay. Two down on this score is correct. 3-1, very good response. 4-3 makes a 5 point. 5-3, just play 2 down. Really? Is this better than 2 down? I don't think this is better than 2 down, but what do I know? 5-1, okay. 4-1 makes a point. Well, I guess he'll have to play 2 down here. I think I like this play because it stops his opponent from making forward progress from one roll at least, and go to the 5. Okay. Yeah. So come in high and play 8-6. Or this way. Okay, maybe this is better. Do you take this? Chris has a better home board, but is it worth it? I don't think it is. I don't know, but my gut feeling tells me it's a pass. I would appreciate somebody let me know in the comment what this is. Okay, Chris agrees with me. Another interesting score. Mario should be aggressive also on this score with the cube in gammonish positions. 5-3 makes a point.
Excuse me.
5-1. Here, split is correct. I think it's 3 down and 4 up, actually. The reason you play 3 down, not 4 down, is because you made the 3 point, so so your builder is not 6 pips away from the 3 point. Okay, pick and make the anchor. And this could be a cube already. Actually, I think it is a cube, yeah. I would step up here, because simply because Mario only has only 8 checks in the zone. It would be a good time to beat for a better anchor. 4-3 can hit a checker or can make an anchor. I think making an anchor is better here. Opponent has advanced an anchor. You have a home board blood right there, so you're not achieving much by hitting. 4-2 makes a 4 point. Three, 2, and step up. That blood in opponent's home board doesn't do you anything good. Here we can play 5 down and 2 slot 7 point, just like that, because Chris has all those home board bloods right there. Make a deuce point probably. Twos are duplicated. And this is a pass. Your take point is actually higher than normal. I think like 26% with some change. Certainly you don't have it here. I didn't like that take, but okay, you're gonna make the deuce point and bring a guy in. volunteers now. 2 hits. And maybe keep going. So it's only so it's only one number that hits back instead of 2. He needs to give out, so he needs to step up right now. Pick and pass. Here I think he should run. It's about the same number of hitters. I don't like that. Okay, I guess another pick and pass. Or do you... yeah, I don't think you want to do anything else here. You're certainly gonna hit, right? So you put it there. Now, after you hit, you can play 3 down, or which only gives you 5s to cover, or you can pass. So this is my play. 4 out and make a point right there, 10 point. Good point to have, and black's double 5s.
Well, there wasn't enough to do it was the problem.
So what can we do here?
Yeah. Did you give her the run? Did you give her the rundown, or she just had it first? Gotcha.
He gets punished for a brave play.
Right. Wow. All right, of course. Oh wow. So she took pork treat. Okay, I didn't know she could have that.
And just, yeah, this is fine. Or maybe keep going, it could be better to give yourself better chances to come home next roll. Okay.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
Chris hits back in the driver's seat, as we like to say, and come out.
It looked good. Yeah, it looked good. Put it in your middle.
Wow,
Okay, so you only have half of it.
it's a bad roll.
Yeah, nice. So what side you're gonna play the rest of the day? Okay.
I cannot leave the anchor. I would not, I wouldn't leave the anchor, okay? And I wouldn't break my home board, so I would just bring 2 in and leave some direct shot.
That's bullshit. They didn't have to move it that much. Bizarre.
This makes ace point, I believe. Goes all the way. 2-1 was better, but it's not a big deal here. Okay. Got around with one checker. Still some chances for Chris, but not very high. Okay, comes in and makes a home board. And okay, so we go into Crawford. Uh-huh. A better, slightly better split is to 21 and to play down. Okay, but this is certainly okay. 6-1 makes 7 point. 6-6 must make the ace point. Hoping for a dance. Nope. Mario anchors, that's what he wants. Now he can play down. He can afford to take some risks with a safety of the anchor. I don't think this is right. Okay. Chris has to split now. His only winning game plan now is to run, basically. Escape. Racing. Okay, 3-6 dances. I would play 2 down here. I don't want to leave that anchor at this score just yet. Or you can play 6-3 also, it's fine. But I would play it down, you know, try to make a big play. And I would have been punished. So I would say move this checker all the way around and then slot the 3 point. That's a creative play. Okay, now Chris gets rewarded for a break play. Big time. He was hoping to roll something that hits that second blood, but he couldn't. Okay. Mario desperately needs to enter. 2-6 hits. I would step up with a 5 though. Okay. Well, something has to go. So you played 8 to 6 and make the deuce point. Seems right to me. Okay, seems like Chris hit a shot and Mario is great danger again to lose is in great danger to lose a gammon. Well, ace goes to that. Okay. Do I need to step out or not? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, okay. Got a hit. Don't think about it. Just do it. Four, 6. Okay. Oh wow. So what to do here? Well, if you stay back, it's less shots. If right, so I think you should stay back here. Make the ace point. That's my play. Just by the look at it, the race looks about even. I might be wrong about it though. Maybe he's a little bit behind. Maybe not, I don't know. I would bring it to the 5 point or to the 4 point. Better, would be better. Not as usual in this type of position. It's not a big deal though. There we go. We got full service here.
4-shot Americano or iced coffee.
Oh, I thought you made it at home.
I usually do. Today I stopped.
Today you've been lazy.
Now you have a choice. Truth be told, I had to get more beans. So who are we talking to on stream?
Those people.
Oh, we got Trencher and Mario Savan.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have another game here.
Okay.
For the older marbles.
Chris Trencher, always a crowd favorite. Mario, tough competitor.
Chris
out
is
of
a very
California.
tough player.
Oh, Ami Benari on stream. I bet that audio is amazing. Love that guy. The local Denver guy.
He's Denver guy.
He's a local Denver guy, and he hosts the club twice a month, 3 times a month, every first, third, and fifth Wednesday of the month. At his
Okay.
bar. He's got a couple different bars around town. But he's always a riot to hang out with. A lot of good laughs.
Oh,
with
look
that
at
guy.
that. There is some chances. There were some chances. What did he do? 1. Okay. So 75% to win for this game for Chris right here.
Chris is gonna come double check.
No, I think he dropped the dice.
Oh. I like the new orange and blue background you put in there for Backgammon.com.
Yeah, Ben did it.
The Denver Broncos Backgammon.
So we have all these different surfaces. We're gonna be swapping them,
This is great.
and this is it's better with these dice. And the black dice and white dice on the white and black board
Yeah,
was
that was challenging.
difficult. Yeah.
Yep.
This is okay play at DMP, but I still prefer to split. And actually, split I think is technically slightly better. Okay.
Gives
too
you more
far.
options in the long run, right? More flexibility.
Yeah, you want to make an anchor, you want to diversify your checkers, stuff like that. That's what, and if he hits you, you often hit him back, just like this one. 1-6 need to step up, not even think about it. Can't have three checkers on ace point, okay. Hits and steps to the 20. And here you hit a no wrong checker.
You're hitting on the 5 there.
Yeah, all the time.
And why is that? Just because you want that point?
You yeah, you want that point. You live in this about the same number of shots either way. Notice I didn't even count them. I say it's about the same. That's all that matters. Okay, you don't need to know it. You just need to have an idea.
Right.
Yeah, here. And you deprive your opponent of that 5-point anchor when you do that. just to reward this great to hit on the 5 point.
Sure.
Assuming there are other checkers, in the home board.
It's a greater upside, and you want the point. And they're not going to make it.
I don't know about going to, but
Not next roll, let's put it that way.
yeah. Yeah,
Say bad things about me.
I mean,
All the
how
ti-
are you?
all the
You say
time.
bad
No,
things
no,
about
no,
me.
you can sit down and stream.
Did
Yeah,
you-
we're actually plugging your restaurant.
Did you beat Marty?
The Hangar 101 in
Yes,
Lakewood.
he did.
The what?
He beat Marty. I need to. Actually, I need to find another match for both because this is done and this is about to be done. Okay, so you sit here.
Sure, sure.
You talk to the people.
Yeah, they don't want to hear me.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about other stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
Marty, want to join us?
I wonder if I can
It's-
fly back and do this?
Oh, you probably can.
Yeah, it's almost over.
Chris is gonna hit and step up. Yep. Seems like a pretty obvious play. 4-2. It's gonna come in. Whenever you're on stream, you don't want to be stacking your checkers on top of each other, so people at home can see them.
No, it's full, so I can.
All right, saddle up. Saddle up, partner.
Hello there. So what are we doing? Chris Trencher versus Mario Savan.
Yeah.
Mario runs the Orange County Backgammon Club, and maybe in conjunction with some others. But I think he's the main guy, and Chris Trencher, of course, is.
New York City.
He's from New York. He's been playing for a very long time. I might have played him in a New York tournament in 1983. I'm not sure. He might remember, but I don't.
Seems like
There was somebody who looked kind of like him.
Seems like just yesterday.
Well,
He's got this great white polo shirt that just says Backgammon Champion on the chest, and that's it. There's no like logo. There's no nothing. Just Backgammon Champion.
what is this? This is Mario to play 4-3?
Mario is the blue. Yep.
Yeah, so he should just point on the 3-point, right?
Seems reasonable.
I mean, it's
Make a
it's
third
double
point.
it's double match point,
Yeah, make a third point.
and the game plan he's got some choices. He could hit with a 3 and break his midpoint.
Hitting outside is too loose though. Too many checkers are going to be left around, right?
He's looking at all the options. I'm just, it's just like for me, it's just a simple plays for simple minds. Make an inside point, put him on the bar.
Yeah.
But he's going to be, he doesn't want to leave multiple blots now.
Yep.
The thing is, he's got this advanced anchor, and also he keeps his prime. He keeps his broken 4-point prime, and Chris hits.
So he would have been hit either way, right? Coming in.
Well, I mean yes, but now the thing is that Mario would have had a 3-point board,
Sure.
and what does he got? A 5-1. Okay, so this is an anti-joker. I think of this in my darkest dreams. So I guess he's got to play 8-7. I mean, there might be some funny reason to play, but he says, I want that solid 3-point prime, and I want to leave him probably fewer shots, but I don't. But Chris comes through with a miss. The thing is now Mario has some cleanup duty here. He's not out of the woods, and now he says, all right, I will clean up. I think he should just
Seems
play 4-3 and come out with a 3, 20-17.
Yeah, seems.
I bet he will. I don't think he's going to like the looks of 6-3. And if he does make that point, then I would rather have Chris hit from his midpoint and break his midpoint than hit from his 20 point and also start escaping. But Mario says, "What is the pip count?" And I don't know. He's gonna play like a human. That's the play for all of me. And Chris rolls a nice, juicy double 4. If he'd like to play 5 of them, but he's not allowed to play 5 of them. So he could simply make his 9 point and 2 point. He can take a look at more racing-oriented plays because he is ahead in the race, I think. What is that? That would be so if I'll count the pips.
Someone's in time trouble.
Oh shoot! He better just move. Yeah. Okay. So this is pretty good. This is the hybrid play. Yeah. Chris is down to less than a minute, so he's got to be blitzing here. And Mario's got like 9 minutes, so I think he's just going to play a 2, 23-21, and hit his clock. Hit that clock. He does 51.4 seconds. Every tenth of a second matters now. I believe Mario is going to. I don't know. Mario shouldn't fall into the trap of playing quickly. He's got 9. I think he's got 9 minutes 54 seconds, right? And Chris makes a beautiful broken outside 3-point mini prime. This is an interesting one. And he says, "All right, I'm going to come out to the."
What's the Marty play here?
This is the Marty play, I believe.
Yeah.
It's not 100%, but it's looking nice. So Chris says, "I might as well he can break his 15 point. I bet he'll do it. Press that clock." And Mario didn't grab the dice and prematurely, and Chris, that's
Mario.
That's Mario with the ugly 6-1. He could have just played 2-1 maybe, or he could have broken his 11 point. And I think maybe Chris is going to play purely. He says he does have a blot on his board. I ought to be ahead in the race.
Just trying to make those points fill in.
And now Mario would have done better had he slotted his 1 point. Sometimes people are afraid to leave multiple blots in their board for fear of hitting next turn and then having more return shots at them. But the thing is that, you might hit and cover, or you might not hit. And then that's the main variation usually, is where you don't hit and you are able to cover. So I am highly pessimistic about it. I mean, he might play, what is Mario going to do? First of all, he should count the pips just to get oriented here. Now he could hit. It's not crazy to hit, because if he doesn't hit, he's got some board breakage. Now let's see what the pip count is after he moves 3-2. 117 pips for blue, and 100 pips for Chris. 100 pips. So if he hits, though, Chris would have, Chris goes way back. So and even if so, that I think that was the play given the pip count. And now he doesn't cover the 3 point, but he can play 18-7. And now if Chris doesn't hit soon, he's going to be in, which he does. But even now, hit that clock, Chris, right now. Even now, Mario's got a double shot back, but he might any 1, any 11, there's a 1.
Like a 1.
Oh my gosh! Now Mario is still not out of it. He might get into the 5.
So Chris's goal here is just purely closing that 5 point.
Well, he can also he's got another goal of escaping his back checker, and winning the race. And he says, all right, I don't have any time left. I'm just going to play. I'm not going to play 13-11, 22-17. I'm just going to play safe. And I'm ahead in the race, and all I have to do is make my 9-point now, like that, and press the clock. No, he's got to keep racing.
Yep.
And Mario relentlessly
He wants to average
decides he
that.
doesn't want to come in. And now Chris is probably going to go to the 13-point because it's probably right, and because there's bad threes, and you give him a few more shots, but then you're not out of it. But Chris says, I'd better roll double four right now. We're 4-1.
Oh, there we
And
go.
now he doesn't have to
Close
think
board.
anymore, hardly at all.
Well, his biggest issue now is just tapping the clock at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
and now he cannot. He played to avoid a double six blot number. His play was the only one that did so. That also moves from the 13-point. And now he should just play. He could play 5-4, but it doesn't matter much, if at all. And 5-3, he's just going to play super safely, because super safe would be 5 off and 5-4, and hit the clock before you run out of time. And look at Mario's fingers.
He's just
He's
ready.
camping out. And I believe he should. He probably gets hit a little less often if he clears his 6-point. That is my guess. My guess is 2 or 3% less often, and now they're just going to get hit.
He's just playing
Almost never.
nice and clean here, hoping that Mario comes in on a 6
Yeah.
or a 5. Right? He's not clearing the 4 here.
He's going to clear the. He's going to clear the 5 because he doesn't have time to compute it.
Right.
And
almost always right.
and it has been computed, and I believe he made the right play.
Right.
SpaghettiOs! The kibitzers are howling. Come on, hit him! Oh my God! Unfortunately, I think hitting. What I said has not little effect on how the downs
4-4 pop out.
the downs bice.
3-5-6, there we go.
That's why Mario made a good play to double 4. He left him a double 4. I think he should. I'm not sure if he should go 9-5. I'm suspecting not. I'm suspecting he should play.
Ooh, wow, lots of blots.
That's not so bad, really. And he says, I'd better get out of there rather than not get out of there. And
Hits,
Mario
doesn't
says,
cover.
I'd better hit and decide how to.
Doesn't cover those.
I believe you should play 12-6.
Seems reasonable.
And, he doesn't get hit with a double 4 at least.
Return shot. Chris is punching up here.
And he's got a bunch of 2s to hit back, and he hits back with a 2. He's not going to play 11-9. That would be wrong. And Chris,
Bang.
that's
Chris is
a bang,
moving.
bang and out.
Yep.
And he's got a few numbers to hit back, and he
5-2.
does not hit back. He's 13-11. I think minimizes the 2-ply.
6 is
Hits
a
against
ringer
him. And he's got a 24 number shot here. And he hits him. Oh my God, and now he's going to make the 9-point. Why not make the 9-point? A blocking point. A broken 4-point prime. And Chris says, why don't I roll double 4s or 4-7 or 3-8?
So if it's
Or
a 0-0
1-10.
score, if it's 0-0 on the way to 11,
Yeah.
when's the recube happen? Now?
No.
Or a cube? No. If it's 0-0?
Well, he's got 4 off.
So he's not thinking about it until he gets
You're talking about white or black?
black.
No. He's got a lot of work to do, and it won't be that too far from a take, even if he just closes his board. So that was a reasonable play that Mario made. It might have been
I
wrong.
wouldn't do that.
I would do that because I
I'm
don't
not
want him
ready
to come
for-
out. I don't want you want him to.
Yeah.
I mean, hitting. Put it this way: hitting. He had to hit some way.
This seems.
I wasn't sure how he should hit off the top of my head, but this was forced, and now Mario says, "Look, I made a point." Now he should simply maximize his chance to make the bar
Chris should
point.
roll 6-1.
Chris's game plan is to roll
There
6-1.
it is.
That was a scary one.
You're welcome, Chris.
And that was a scary one too. Now it's round the rose bush. Now Chris is coming around the corner. And he's got 8. So that was actually a good roll for Chris. He's only got 12 numbers to hit. You should just play. Take your pick. but don't move your rack checkers.
Big number here. No. Okay. So
And
play
take your
safe.
now he can play safe. He's got 7s and 8s, which is 12 numbers. And there's an 8. Oh my God! the Kibitzers are howling enough. Chris comes in with a 1-2 or 1-1. He has to break a point. And now will Mario re-slot? He can't even if he wanted to. Now he should look carefully and see how many rolls are there to attack the 7 point after each of these. He's got 8 minutes left. Count, count, count. So that is a triple shot. That is a triple shot with a double 1 and a 4-1 and a double 1 and a 4-1. That's 30 numbers. He might have gotten more than 30 numbers. And I think that might be the wrong idea. I think maybe he was. Now he's got 3s, 6s, 5s, and 1s that are really good, and there's a 3. And don't. Okay, I want to yelp at Mario for touching a checker, even if he didn't move anything. All right, your game plan now is to hit him with a 1. Your game plan is to close him out right now before things get worse. Yeah, just close him out. I think it's right. Now he should go all the way to 10 point.
So now here's a good example. We're all closed out on Mario's side. When at a 0-0 score is he doubling?
Oh, he would have doubled him out.
He would have doubled already.
Doubled him out.
So if
No,
I
I think he should. Yes, this is a good play. He should. He's not so very winning that he can afford to put those last 2 spares on the same point. And as a result, he is now.
So Chris wants to dance
winning by a lot. Dance or double 6s or double 5s. Yeah. And Mario looks like he has pulled it out. But now Chris Trencher, now he's even left. He's got 10 left.
In the hunt.
And
Come
unfortunately,
on, Chris,
Mario
show some
refuses
doubles
to roll a 3 or a 2 for a gap.
There we go.
Oh yes!
There
oh my
we
God!
Go.
It's got now. This is like a 3-roll position. This is now. Any double makes Chris a huge favorite. A non-double 2 or better.
Chris, put on a show for us.
Now Chris has got. He's got 6 out of 36. Chris Trencher, does he do it? Oh, gosh darn, says Chris.
Good show, fellas.
I had a chance.
Good show. Good finish.
Wow.
That was something. Well, I will be back. I'm going to go check in, Marty, see how people are doing.
Yeah, I can't rebuy them into the Masters, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. I just got my head handed to me. I got 1 point.
Get 6 shots there.
And Sami Barani. Oh, he's going to run out of time here. Down to 27 seconds.
I can't clear that position. I can't get rid of the previous game. I can't do anything.
Yeah. He should have slotted his 1 point back there somewhere, or whatever. But yeah, I mean. Well,
one time he faded on like 3 points.
Well, now you're almost out of time there. Down to 6 seconds. Chris loses on time. Oh, he already lost the game. Chris Trencher, a bad beat at the end there. I only saw a little bit. But we had Matt Patterson. Matt Chatterson, we call him on the mic. We could call him Pat Matterson if we want to be spooneristic. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no streaming yet. I'm gonna walk away from the board, from the the setup here, so I can drink some water, because if I keep talking, I'll be a little hoarse. Denmark or anywhere interesting?
Where was my last trip? Oh, just to DC? No, I've been.
We just lost 11-1.
Oh,
That's terrible.
yeah, thank you.
He's this probably Persian guy type, Iranian type, I believe. But I'm not 100% sure. And he had a strategic vision, it was clearly he played a lot, but when it came down to there's just like these technical things that every really good player knows. Quite a few of them. So
Things that help to know
it didn't help.
Alex texted me, he's like, are you, because I was in PA for a while, he's like, you're back, he's like, I wanna go hiking, I was like, well, I'm leaving from Denver, I wanna go hiking there, try to get a last minute flight. I plan to travel for tours. At this particular.
You ever want to visit me, life in La Belle France?
Oh, how often are you?
Well, we have this date planned almost half the year, just enough so we wouldn't be able to tax those assets.
Yes.
Hey, what's up,
What's up, buddy? Oh, yeah. Great to see you. What's up here? I saw your name tag. I was putting them all in the things. I was like, yes, we get Maddie.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Sweet. How's it feel?
It was not bad.
Not bad. Just like,
Although for the first one I was like, I looked up, they were doing some dummies for them.
Oh, yeah.
We got away before we landed, so we were in town. And so like, normally you look out the window and see like,
yeah.
you're like a little worried about my brother and holding that. He's like just flying on the sun.
Oh, two jets side by side.
Yeah, but then it starts coming, it's like, what is it doing?
Oh, just going
It
over.
literally flew over the top. And it was not-
They're okay. So
I've seen that at 40,000.
they've got voice warning systems. And they've got all kinds of stuff. Like if you get within a certain distance,
Yeah.
if you get within a certain distance, it tells
Oh,
you
it's like
well.
2,500.
No, it's not
It's like half a mile.
500. It's a split second before.
Yeah.
It's like poof, you're dead. You better warn them
The
fast.
crazy
They're
one
not,
though.
it's usually, they tell when to rise and when to stay.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if you set it off, because he was like, I'm like.
So I had that at Newark on Final Approach one time, but I just went.
Oh,
Like,
back up.
it was like
They
when
might have just
it
gone
wasn't
around.
quite final approach. It was like when the stewards were taking the garbage
Yeah.
refuse in the plane, and like it was so aggressive and sudden that they hit the ground under their own thing.
Oh.
Yeah, and everybody in the plane was like collective gasp, But then it was just a go around, and then we got back in the landing pattern. It was fine, but then finally on final, and everything was all settled. The pilot came out.
They got a
Sorry
windshield.
for the delay. I don't know. Yeah, something, but it was. I don't know how close to the ground it was.
They give you a certain, if you have a certain headwind loss, you have to go around if you can. And to go around is full takeoff power.
Like I said, that was crazy. But the worst thing that was ever on was also Newark. Was a board takeoff. If you're ever worried about those aircraft,
I'm very worried about that.
Oh, they can stop so fast they can blow your mind. But it also blows the brakes, and you gotta let the brakes pull out like 7 hours.
Right, yeah.
It's like they're like, don't worry about the fire trucks, we're not on fire, but it's just crossing the brakes. In case they catch on fire, and we're holding them back. So,
That's for safety. So.
yeah, so then the taxi back to the terminal, and they're like, well, we can't take off this one. Blows the brakes.
I was on one go around once in my life.
Not
We
legal.
were flying into, it was on Iceland Air. We changed planes in unfortunately, it was just a couple hours. So we didn't see. And Iceland looks at the. I got to see a 6 foot tall Icelandic goddess working. She was working to run the customs type people. I said, how long, and it turns out that like they had these population reduction events back in Iceland history. Like, I think there was an epidemic in 1783 or something, and everybody in Iceland is descended from the survivors of these. They had famine. So the Jupils council, although like lots of them were like tall and blonde, but it's not invariable. But I said, she spoke good English. I said, like, I feel like a little hop toad, a little dwarf with scales.
Compared to everybody. I could go protect my
You're pretty. You're under arrest.
Right.
That's what I want.
You're scaring the children, Marty. I could just go with kids and stuff. I shall be fine. Let's skip out real quick. We'll think about it. I'll be right back. 10 seconds.
So like in Iceland, so I've heard, they've got genealogy apps.
Yeah.
And if you are meeting somebody for the first time,
Oh.
and you are an Icelander, you get out the genealogy app and you figure out how they can figure out how the hell you're related. I'm your third cousin once removed, or whatever it is. I've also heard that you might favor your closer relatives, deceased Jews or something like that. The Amish or the Mennonites, they do that kind of thing. I cannot. No, it's close. I will go do it. Is there anybody playing? Okay, Todd. All right, I'll go do that. Thank you. What the hell? Because of you, so you owe me. Yeah, 15 rubles, which is worth about 3 cents US or something. All right, here we go. All right, all of you in streaming land, I am Marty Storer, and I will be your commentator for the nunts. Not for the nuns, but for the nunts. If any nuns are watching this broadcast, then I wish them well. So we have Mario Savan and Todd Obadal. Mario, the Orange County Backgammon Club guy from California. And Todd is, all I know about Todd is that he lives in Iowa somewhere, the state of Iowa. Many who are not American do not know that such a state exists. But now we have a 5-2 by Todd with a split and a 5-4 reply by Mario. This is all book. Todd makes his bar point, and Mario, that is a better than average roll. He will simply make his bar point and escape a back checker. And which gives him 134 pips there. It looks like 153 for, 7 and 7. 153 for Mario, who's on roll. So he plays, he makes a better builder situation up front. He leaves his back checkers where they are. He strips his midpoint, but that's not such a big deal. And a 1-2 by Mario. Okay, Todd is playing yellow checkers at the top. I'll call them white and black instead of yellow and blue. And Todd points on Mario's back checker. Mario did wish to get out, and that's why he advanced into the teeth of the builders, because he said, if I'm in the teeth of the builders, you're going to be vulnerable to double 4, and he's going to double hit without a second thought. It's reasonable, because all of a sudden 2 on the bar is like vulnerable to a blitz, and he will just, I think this is not too good to double. He'll just double, and Todd probably will just drop, because 12 out of the 15 checkers that Mario has under his command are forward. They're in what is called the attack zone. And he's got a 2-point board, so does Todd, but he's got a whole rack of builder/attackers wishing to land upon Todd's hapless plots. And Todd says, I don't like that. I'm going to drop. I think he's correct. It never hurts to wait a little bit and make sure of yourself. Make sure that you really want to drop if you're immediately inclined to drop, because then you don't telegraph to your opponent what you're thinking, and you give yourself a chance to think about what's really going on a little more. So now we got another splitting opening by Todd. This is considered to be a bit better than the old style 2 down from the midpoint to bring builders. Now with a 4-3, you notice that Mario hit that checker on his own 5-point and brought and unstacked his midpoint. And that is what our favorite robot, Extreme Gammon, would have endorsed. I know because I've played it. And Todd says, all right, you've got 3 checkers on your 1 point. Oh, and Mario just gives up. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is the take of takes. I mean, it's not like Todd is not winning the game, but I guess Mario did not like the specter of a looming 3 checkers of the 24.1 on the bar. But the thing is that Todd only had a 1-point board. Such a double, such as Todd made, is often referred to as a pointless double. In other words, you haven't made any new points in your board. And the question for me was, whether was it a double and was it a take? Now, if I'd known that Mario might pass the cube, I would have said, it's a brilliant. If you're not sure your opponent has a take, then you should double. And maybe Todd wasn't sure. I would have been pretty sure myself, but I would not have pegged Mario Savan to drop that cube. It's just a lot of play left. The temptation, when you're at a disadvantage like that, is you're on the bar and your opponent has a bunch of builders and is ahead in the race, and Mario had an anchor, but 3 of them on the 24-point looks ugly. The temptation is to envision like all of the good things for your opponent happening all at once, and then you get gammoned or something like that. But it's really usually it's just a long road before all of those things happen. And in the meantime, and now Todd says, "Okay, I'm going to double you now because I might make the point." And Mario says, "Well, I mean, you might not make the point, and I might hit you." And Todd says, I want a builder. I want to unstack my midpoint. He could also have come out, but I think he was probably right to do what he did. And Mario says, I don't want to be hit, although I may be hit. And Todd says, oh, darn, I missed. So what shall he do? I think he can move one of his back checkers up in the attempt to mobilize them. He'd be taking a chance that by moving up, he will get hit. Now, he moves up a little bit, and this is probably pretty good. He could have moved up farther. And then the question is, does he move up to Mario's 5-point, or does he move up to Mario's 4-point as well as, and then probably go 23 to 22. But neither here nor there. No, Mario was able to safety both blots at once, the one on the 10-point and the one on the 14-point, by going 10 to 9 and 14 to 9. And so who's roll? Okay, this is Todd to play a 5-3. And he should probably just slot one of his innerboard points. He could have slotted his 4-point, but I would have slotted the 5-point because it's the better point. And so having said A, I think Mario is probably inclined just to play safe for a roll instead of making his 5-point and leaving a lot of shots. 17 shots it would have been to hit on the 9-point. And now Todd can he should just make his 5-point and find a 3. And I think that the 3 should probably be he probably should go 10-5 like that, because I think he will preserve a few blot numbers. He will give Mario a chance to roll something funny looking and like 6-2 or 5-1 and leave a blot. Now 6-5 is good for Mario. He can just put that checker. No, there's only 5 return shots, 5-4, and no, there's only 3 return shots, 5-4 and 4-4. And now Q6 from the bar, as Ray Fogelin says. All right, you got a 6 you got a 6. You got to play out to the 18-point. You're ahead in the race. You got to get those back checkers going. Other 6s are bad. 7-1 is bad. You've got a 5-point board. He's got a 3-point board. Todd, you got a 5-point board. And yes, that is a good play. That's really the only play. Mario hopes to. He says, oh, well, I can play safe. I can also hit him twice, but what he probably should do is just that. There's an argument for going 8-3 as well. 115 pips for blue or black. And, 110. Oh, the race is closer than I thought. Wow. 76 and 39 is 115. $108. Is that right? Wow. So I think, now this is a bold play. How many blot numbers, how many ways to leave a shot are there? Okay, then that is... Now Todd had another play. This was a very bold play, and if you have a better board than a bold play. Now Todd can consider doubling on the strength of his bunch of shots. Now he's just broken his board. Now he doesn't have to make the 23-point. He can leave his back checker split. He's got to break an innerboard point anyway, and in such positions, you almost always break from the back. That way you will have easier plays later within your board. You'll like if Todd makes the 23-point as he's thinking of here, and then he goes 6-5 twice, he has those 2 spare checkers will absorb a lot of 4s and 3s, and now he's considering what I thought he should consider is keeping the back checkers spread out so that they can, if they're not pointed on, then they can be more mobile. I would be brave. I would be a brave soul, because I still do have a 5-point board. Now I believe he's got to hit and lift the blot. He does leave a double 5 return shot, which is somewhat gammonish, but it's only 1 out of 36. Now, again, Todd has a choice. He can keep the 23 anchor and go up to the 21-point. He should not stay back on the 24, I don't think. I strongly think he should not stay back on the 24 unless he splits 23-20. But he should not play this 3. I think he should advance somewhere. The question is where. It was more dangerous to advance to split the back checkers entirely, leaving 3 blots, but it was also a better way to mobilize them. Pip count check. 102 for blue, and 107 before the roll for white. So white should have been moving up, I think, somehow. And he's okay now. He should just play 2-1, saving a 4 for later. And now Mario says, "What is the pip count anyway?" 95 he's got, right? 95, and then 102. Is that 102? 66 and 36 is 102. 70 and 25 is 95. So he's up 7 pips. And there's a lot, and Todd has got a lot of shot equity here. To wit, he must go 13 to 6. That minimizes blots and shots. But now, right off the bat, Todd can hit with 7 numbers. Any 7 and then double 5s. So there's 6, there's 5-2, 4-3, 6-1, that's 6. And there is a 4-1. This is interesting. If he stops on the 16 point, he duplicates a 3 to hit and to play safely. And Mario says, this is not necessarily the right play. He could have made his 5 point and tried to weather the storm if he got hit. And now we have bad 4s go 8 to 4, 6s don't move, and now that's the worst nightmare for Todd. He can't keep his board. I think he played one too few. I might be wrong. This is interesting. The last 5 he could play. He can play to be safe for a turn. Oh wait, is that legal? I guess it's legal. Okay. I wasn't sure I wasn't sure he didn't play 5 of those 5s, but I guess he did. I guess he played legally. Now my thought is that Todd should make a play like this. Leave the checker on the 20 point. And there's a safe 3, 6 to 3. Now, Todd has been unlucky in that he has not been able to keep his board. And Todd, usually the right idea is to keep that anchor on the 23 point. And this is the only, now he could. This seems to be the right play because if he clears the troublesome 8 point, he could have made his 4 point, but then he would still have had the troublesome 8 point to clear. And he doesn't have any blot numbers that I can see right now. So he can play a 3, yeah, and now he doesn't have any, he can play double 1s, double 2s from the 6 point if he likes. And now I think Todd has no choice. Well, he has to move a back checker no matter what. There's no legal way not to. But that opens up the possibility of a bad 4 for Mario. So Mario says, clearing points, no problem. I don't care. I'll just clear my point. And if Todd rolls a couple of double 6s in succession, he might win the race. But other than that, forget it. And Todd says, all right, I will maximize my chance, or roughly maximize it to cover next turn. But it might maximize chance for the race. And Mario's just saying, Now, how many checkers does Mario have on his 3 point? It's, okay, I'm a little, putting the spares down deep like that. The idea is to give yourself more ways to play safely this turn. But that's no longer a thing. It didn't much matter where he played the 5. He probably should have played to the 6 point with a 5 for a teeny weeny, so we could get 1 checker off with double 4 or something like that. So, but it really matters hardly at all. The errors here in a position like this round to 0 pretty much. And Todd cannot be gammoned. He still can win the race probably if he rolls something good. Now he should go 11 to 8, 6 to 5. So he can get 3 checkers off with double 4s or double 5s. I'm not even sure that's enough. And he's got 7 checkers. Yeah, he's got, right. So now he should not. Now that was if he actually has a chance to win, he should have played. He should have gone to the 3-point so he could get 4 checkers off with double threes. I don't think he has any chance at all anymore. He's got more than 8 checkers. But if you do have a chance like that, you want to, and you have an even number of checkers left, the distribution doesn't matter. You're looking to get 4 checkers off each turn. And Todd could have done so and probably saved no equity at all because he's probably lost already, but he could have gone to the 3-point. He could have gone 5, 8 to 3, and then taken off from the 5, and he would have had a double 3 to get 4 checkers off next turn. Little tricks when you're way down in the, gain yourself a half a smidgen of equity or something. So now 5-1 for Mario. He's redoubled, optimistically redoubled, brought the game home without any trouble at all. And Todd should, I think it's fine to make the 5-point. It's the most aggressive play. And even if Mario anchors up, Todd has 4s to hit, 15 numbers total, and Todd can, if he doesn't hit, he can do this. And now Mario may actually not cover, or he does not cover with that. Or if he rolls this like a 6-3 or a 6-1, he would have had to leave a draw shot again. Now, should Todd double here? Maybe. Mario's got plenty of game left. Now, should Mario make his 5 and slot his 4, or should he make his 4? He says, I am optimistic. He'll never hit me. This is the most promising play. You know, if he makes his 4-point here, he will have serious threats. And there's a saying, prime and anchor attack a blot. And now he can attack that blot. He can pop that, wash that man right out of his hair. I think he's right to do so. And because now Todd has to come in on the 4-point board and then he has to escape. And that's a good start. He's going to hit. And he's going to go 7-5 safely. And now not all of Mario's 32 entry numbers are good. That's not such a good one. At least he's got the 4-point board. And Todd Obadal playing the yellow checkers. Todd says, shall I double? And I'm behind in the match. But I think he just does not win enough gammons from here. And you don't even know whether Mario might take a cube after you roll something like this and get missed. And Mario says, all right, I have to get out sooner or later, so I might as well come up to the 22-point and get out with the 6 next turn if I roll one, and if he does not make his 9-point. But Todd says, I will see if you are man, mouse, or other thing. And Mario says, no, this is too... You know, the 22-point anchor as a holding / racing point is... People used to say, it's much under... The value is much underestimated. And then certain people said, well, in certain positions, the robot overestimates it. And my observation is that once you have a timing challenged position up front and you have more than 2 checkers back, then your 22 anchor holding racing game is crummy. So, and especially with a big score lead in the match, a 4-point lead, I think Mario was right to give that one up. But it probably wasn't the worst wrong take in the world, but pretty sure it was a wrong take. So Todd is not allowing Mario to do whatever he pleases. And now Mario says, I think I shall... He's inclined to... At first he was inclined to make the 21-point and have a trailer or a goalkeeper. All these colorful names come into play. Dragon with a tail, goalkeeper, like you used to call them trailers. Advanced anchor plus a blot low down in your opponent's board. The low down blot was called a trailer. I would make my 1 point like a wimp. I mean, Todd also can hop out to Mario's 10 point and go 13 to 8, hoping not to be hit. And he's got any 3 and 2-1 and any 10. So half the deck hits. 6-5, 6-4, 5-5, 2-1, 3. And that is a was that a double 3? I couldn't even read the dice. I thought it was a 3-1, but it was a double 3, and looks like a good play on Mario's part with that double 3. Keeping all of his upfront points. Now Mario misses, and he has to think, what is my pip count now? So if he runs to the 10 point, he'll have 144. But he says, no, I'm going to slot my 2 open points on my board, the 2 target points I want to make in my board, and I'm going to keep my back checkers diversified. And Todd says, I double you, I'm ahead in this race, and I'm probably going to be able to play safely. So shall he make his 9 point, or shall he make his 2 point and unstack his 6 point? They're both good. The 2 point takes away a low landing spot for Mario's trailing blot. And Todd says, all right, I am happy to clear my midpoint. Yeah, I think he should just go 14 to 8 and 13 to 7, like that. Spread out builders for open points in his board. Leave 5 return shots, only one of which is a joker, and that's the one, sports fans. 1, 2, 3. Where's the last one? I think it should be either 12 to 11, moving to that orangish point like that, or 8 to 7. This only leaves 2 return shots at the outside blot, whereas if he went 8 to 7, he would have left a 5-2 and a 6-1 to hit. And 5-3, he doesn't have any good 3, so he plays safely. And now Mario with another double 1, relentlessly pushing him back, way back. I think I misspoke about the state of Iowa. I said their sports teams are called the Buckeyes. That's wrong. They're Hawkeyes, not Buckeyes. I think Buckeye might be Ohio. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but poor Todd is primed now. If that makes his back hurt, he can go to Ames, Iowa, the chiropractic equipment capital of the world. What shall I do with my 5? One school of thought says slot a point so you can make slot the 3 point so you can make it. Another school of thought says hit so that there might be numbers that break the prime. So that seems to be a huge consideration. There's a few numbers that break the prime if he hits, such as 3-1, okay, which would hit and break a point. And I think now Todd has found, maybe he's found the ruling idea. Double 3s would break, 3-2 would not break. But next turn, unless Mario rolls a 4, 5, or 6, then he will break something. Double 3, of course, would make the 2 point on head. But 3-2 would be icky, and 3-1 would be icky. So probably Todd should play to hit something if ever Mario is forced to break his prime. Therefore, I think he should make his 1 point. He could slot his 3 point and go 6-2 for a purity, but I don't like the blots over there for the next roll, but it doesn't much matter. He says, all right, in a variation like this, I might be happier because I can fill in those points and then I can be safer. No, it's a bad roll for Todd because there's no more blockade, and he is all ready to roll a 4-1 or 5-1 and or a 6-5 or a 5 or a 4 or a 6-4 and break the 6 point and leave a blot. But he does not do so. He says, all right, I'll just create a speed board for my inevitable. And Mario says, I will keep my 6 point prime, but I will hit loose so that I can advance it, and I'll move all the way to the 5 point, so I'll have more ways to cover. Because nothing is really bad for me. The worst might be double 5s, which breaks the prime. Oh no, it doesn't break the prime. Yeah, it breaks the prime, but that was bad for Todd because now he should hit. He should hit, I believe. Now he says, all right, I'm going to let him crack more. But usually you want to hit because when your opponent hits you back, you've got a vast amount of additional timing. And he's got green eyes to hit with that 3 now. He must hit with that 3. There's no, this is the wrong idea. His idea is, okay, I'll wait for him to leave a blot, and only then will I hit him, and then he'll hit back. So, and then Todd says, all right, I will keep my 4 point board. And now he says, all right, now I'll hit you because you might roll a 2-3 or a 2-2 and leave a blot, a second blot. But now that's a bad roll for Todd because now Mario's got additional timing. He hopes to stay on the bar. He's just going to come in and add a hitter in direct range, 6 away from Todd's blot in case Todd rolls a bad 3, rolls a bad 2. Now there's one school of thought that says, let me crack my point now so that I may be able to clear it safely later. And this is reasonable, a reasonable double 4 play. I'm not sure he should have gone 8-4, but now Todd clears his. Now Mario is sitting with a cube, so he can win with the cube at his leisure. He just doesn't want to let Todd have any chance to win the game. So will he have a chance? There's some slight chance to win the game from here. He could have rolled a double 5, 6-1. So the question is, when should? Now Mario says, "All right, I hope he hits me on the 1 point so I can go fishing forever," and he does. He would have been less happy had he been hit on the 2 point because then he would have had a blot sitting on the 1, and now Mario says, "Now I've got a 7 point prime. You'll never get over that one." 1-7 doesn't even go. Now he should hit him. Again, he should hit him because he's going to want to hit him later anyway. But he says, "Oh well, what I will do is I will." And Mario says, "I've had enough of this. Double 5s looks bad. I'm just cash this game." And going fishing is nice, but it comes with some risk, an immediate risk. So Mario takes advantage of his cube ownership. He is now up 7-2, 4 away to 9 away in this 11-point match. It is the second round of the Division I Bison Jackpot. Nobody has Marty Storer to kick around anymore in that Division I Bison Jackpot. Dick Nixon is not to be kicked around either because he's gone. And it's break time. Todd Obadal is the tie-dye man on the left, and Mario Savan is more conventionally attired. I'm sucking on a Lifesavers mint so that my bad breath will not come across into the YouTube stream. I'm trying not to let it garble my speech like this. This is the Wild West Shootout 2026 in Denver, Colorado, USA. The mile-high city, it's in the Rocky Mountains, the highest mountain range in the continental United States. There's a really high mountain that is occasionally visible from Denver called Pikes Peak. I only got a glimpse of clouds swirling around where it was supposed to be. So this tournament is one of the more popular on the American Backgammon Tour. They've got a lot of events. They've got colorfully named events such as Bison. It's Wild West, Bison used to roam the Great Plains of the USA in great herds, even before it was the USA. And they call them buffalo, but their proper name is the American bison. And the winner of this tournament gets a trophy with a rampant bison. And the winner of the super whooper duper jackpot will get a gigantic bison trophy. And I was hoping to. No, it wasn't. It was not the super duper jackpot. It's this tournament. It's the bison jackpot. The winner of this tournament gets a gigantic bison trophy. When I say gigantic, it would fit in a large box, whatever, or a medium-sized box. It's not prohibitively large. It's not the size of a person or anything like that, of course, but you have to, if you win that one and you also win the main event, you get 2 bison things. You have to worry about taking it home on the plane unless you were from Denver or something like that. But there are all kinds of colorful names and trophies to match the theme. The Last Stand tournament or something like that has got a native, Sioux or Cheyenne tribesman on a horse with a rifle. Things like that are going on. Trophies, cool trophies. And I think for the main event, I'm not sure they're going to have a Calcutta auction with a Wild West auctioneer, a real auctioneer that I can't describe it. There's a whole way of being an auctioneer in the western part of the U.S. And it involves rapid fire speech. And I think that last year they had an actual auctioneer auctioning off the players in this Calcutta pool. And I'm not sure they're going to have that. If they do, it will have to be. I think the first round of the main event starts tonight. I think we play one round. And you could buy back if you lose. And so you might have to play 2 rounds. Or Dan Minardi, who's the main organizer of this event, a fine fellow entirely, runs a very good tournament. He said that some people might even be able to buy back twice. But now we're back live, and we got Todd Obadal opening with 5-3, and Mario Savan replies with 5-4. 5-4 split, yeah. So 5-3, And this is all, these are all the correct plays on their parts, and this is a crummy looking 6-1. If I am Mario, I am breaking my anchor. I don't want to just sit back and I'm behind the 8 ball. You know, the other guy's got a better blockade going. And he must have been afraid to leave more ways to hit and cover by going out, but just that one on the 7 point is not the most threatening doggone thing in the world. He's glad he did, but I might have doubled optimistically before the roll of double one because of the deficit in the match. Now, since Todd Obadal has made his 7 point, Mario is not free to move his back checkers with his double sixes. He must simply, I think he should make the 2 point, and then I think he probably should just hit another checker because he's not well set up for priming, and he's got a lot of checkers. He's got 11 checkers forward in the zone, and I think that, you know, if he does this, then, you know, this is fewer ways to be hit. It's only 8 ways to be hit, noting that double 4 hits bar to 21, 24 to 12. But Todd says, I'm behind in the match. I might hit you. I might stay on the bar with 2-6 from the bar, Ray. He stayed on the bar. Ray Fogel is around here. And now 3-1, and now Mario says to himself, shall I start my back checkers going? Or shall I make the 5 point while he's on the bar? And maybe I can get them going later. And it's so tempting. It's like, I would have done this. And Mario's so, and another a 5-2-5 from the bar. I can't yell it like Ray. Double 4 or not from the bar. Oh my gosh. So he will make his 3 point and look at the last 2 4s. Now, what he can do is he can switch to the 1 point and put 2 on the bar. And that will give him, I think he should do so, because that will give him time to advance his back checkers. And if Todd stays on the bar, which is 4/9 of all his rolls stay with both on the bar, then if he enters, okay, now Mario is free to play for the gammon. Oh, he owns the cube, yeah, so he doesn't want to give him. So this is a sophisticated play. Says, I got to get up and out of there sometime, so instead of making the 4 point, I will add a builder, and I will split. And now if he wins a gammon on this game, he'll win the match. And he's on track to do it. He's got good chances to escape. He made the point. He wasn't. And Todd stays on the bar. And double deuces, that's not so great. But I think he must decide how he's going to do that. I'm not sure that was the best thing. He might have kept a checker on his 7 point so that if Mr. Obadal enters with a single 5, now here he would have had several 2s. He could have gone 7 to 5 with a 2 and then bounced or whatever. Now it's not, Now Todd can get right back in the game with a single 5. He doesn't. And now he says, all right, I don't want to be hit back. Now he could have made a bold play and left the checker there, and because now he is vulnerable to not getting either checker out. So he gets both of them out. And 5-4, 5-3, 5-5 hit. 2-4 stays on the bar. 6-1, now he can duplicate some things. So he says, if I do this, I could duplicate 5-4. But he says, no, I'll give him an additional 5-3 and 5-5 in return for getting closer to home. To be honest, I'm not sure what the right play was. But this seems to be just I'm not sure he should allow a double 5 to be hit. So he can go 9-6 and 15-13. Or he can pay off to the double 5 and have an easier time getting home. Probably wins a few more gammons this way. And Todd says, I want a double 5. Please give me a double 5. But no double 5 is forthcoming. Now, I think that's illegal. That's illegal. And Todd's pointing it out. He moved 10-3 with 2 of the 3s. So he says, all right. No, he says, no. And Todd says, no, you got the wrong position. No. This is it. This is not it. This is it. No, this is it. So he played, so he's got 2 more 3s. So this is legal so far. Now, shall he go 6-3 and give himself more ways to leave a blot next turn, namely 6-1 and 5-1, or he could have left himself only a 6-5 to leave a blot, but he would have also been vulnerable to not clearing a 6-point and then rolling that feared 6-1 or 5-1. So he avoided double jeopardy with the move he made, and I think he was right. He's probably going to win a gammon anyway, but Todd says, all right. What shall I do? Shall I go 15-11 and 13-9? Well, he's got a lot of 1s that cross over efficiently. I would have left one on the 16-point, hoping for super efficiency with double 5s to get 2 checkers into the 6-point. And he says, all right, I'll bring one in exactly to the 6-point. It's looking like slim pickings to save this gammon. There's a 1, go 4 and go 1, okay. 2 crossovers. 3-2, ooh, we missed. But how many checkers does he have left? 3 and 2. Looks like he's got 8 checkers left, so it looks like that didn't hurt him, at 3-2. 2-1, he's got to go like that. Crossovers are really important this late in the game, and that is not it. He had 8. So he should have 4 on the. Yeah. So if Todd gets 3 crossovers, he can save it, but he didn't get 3. He got 2, and that's the end of it. So Mario Savan has rolled over the hapless Todd Obadal, who's the victim of bad luck. But that's what backgammon's all about. Mario Savan advances to the money round of the Division I Bison Jackpot. If you win thrice, you're in the money.
Hey, Marty.
Hi.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Fine.
Nice win.
Yeah? Am I playing okay? Yeah.
Well, we'll see it. We'll see it on the stream, later.
Lucky, huh?
But I think you remember. I think you redoubled him to 4, and you had like all these. He had the 23 point. You had all these gaps. I think maybe that was a little optimistic. But then you just cleared all your points.
Yeah.
Hey, go some board.
Oh, hey,
How are you doing,
Nice to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
This is my backgammon shirt, says Phil.
It is my bad.
Yeah. So
Reader. Very
anyway,
interesting. Ooh, 11-12.
it's always interesting. This is not okay. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're setting up for another one. Why are they? What are they doing?
Changing the surface.
Why would they do that? Oh, maybe it's a preferred color for one of the players.
I think I should use both, just like that. Variety.
I think I'd have a seizure if I had to play. It'd be too much for my brain, my perceptual system. Oh, he's probably just showing off the options.
Which boards are
Those
those?
are
Joker?
Joker. That's right. Joker backgammon.
Yeah, they copied FM Backgammon on that magnet, they changed the boards.
Yeah, right. That's not a copyrightable thing. Such an idea, but I don't think it is. Anyway, yeah, there are many interesting positions. It's like every backgammon, as you know, every gosh darn match has got
yeah.
something interesting.
Pictures of my match. It was very interesting.
Yeah. Well, after any big tournament that I go to, I look at a whole bunch of matches on YouTube, and I waste time. Sometimes I spend too much time for my own good.
Why aren't you teaching
Looking.
more?
Because, well, here's
Make money and
right.
why don't you teach?
Because the short answer is that the magazine takes a lot of time, and
But you just
I've
told
got
me
a-
something that takes a lot of time.
I've got a
too.
family. That's. It takes time away from other things, right? So, what I would like to do is I would like to do nothing but backgammon, just play in all the time. Unfortunately, I've got a family that I have to be around to help in various ways, and I have a marriage to, you know. I have a wife, you know, and we do things together. We bought a house in France, and everything. So.
Whereabouts in France?
À peu près du Mans, a little near Le Mans, which is where they have the car races. And it is about 100 plus miles from Gay Paris.
Is it near Avignon?
Avignon, it's not too far.
I got a student in Avignon.
Yeah, it's not too far. My French is too crummy to teach in French. I'd have to. It would be. You know, I know some of the backgammon terms and all that stuff. Le Vido is the Dublin cube. I don't know the etymology
Particular spot.
because my brother lives nearby,
Oh, okay. That's what it is.
and we've got a. In case American society collapses, we can escape. You know, that's a very slight consideration because I don't think it's going to happen.
Nice to
But
have family with that.
yeah, no, and my brother knows the
restrictions?
ropes.
Are there restrictions on how many months you can live there?
Yes, if you are a permanent resident, then you are a permanent resident. But we don't plan to do that because that would be ruinous for taxation. They would tax us into oblivion. They tax our American assets.
So
Right?
you can only stay 8 months or something?
You can stay 180 days or so, and no more than 90 consecutively. But your consecutive, as soon as you leave the country, the 90 days reset. So if I stay for 89 days, and then I take the train to London, and then I spend 2 days there and I come back, then the 90 days starts all over again. But if you stay there, I think more than 180 days, then they can be, you know, have green eyes to tax you. They customarily don't, if you're just a tourist type or a non, you know, but they might want revenge on, you know, the U.S. government who detained some old woman who
So
was,
don't break the
you
rules.
know, and I don't want to be the revenge person, you know.
So what are you gonna do when you're there? There's no.
Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I'm going to
go
take the.
backgammon.
I'll take. Oh yes, there is. I'll take the high-speed train to Gay Paris, and they play in the
How long is that?
Premier.
train take?
It's hour 45.
Oh, okay.
I have a quick question. Does
Sure.
anybody want to play doubles with me?
I'm not playing doubles.
Yeah.
I got a
So-
partner.
Oh,
Yeah. It's,
Did you check with Ben?
yeah, he's trying to find someone. Do you want to play doubles?
No, sir, thank you. Saving all my good decisions.
Okay.
yeah. So if
Did you win your first match?
you know, so I think we're live here. So some guy named Dmitry Ovakov has got misspelling on the screen here. We've got the round 2 of the doubles at this Denver Wild West Shootout Tournament of 2026. And the teams are a couple of Denverians. How do you say them if you're from Denver? Denverites. Jonah Seawald. It's not Seawald, it's Seawald with a W, Jonah. And Kara Schultz. Kara is an avid player and student. She is also the chair of the U.S. Backgammon Federation Board of Directors. And she's quite a good player, as is Jonah. I think she has taken lessons from Jonah, and Jonah gives a lot of lessons. Phil Somberg and I were just talking about lessons. Now, David Gray and Michael Pines. Michael Pines runs the Backgammon Club, the San Diego Backgammon Club. And David Gray is his partner. David Gray has lived in he told me he lived in San Diego all his life. San Diego is a beautiful Southern California city. My late father, lived there for many years. And I went to visit him and all that stuff. So now Michael and David have got to shout, should they hit loose or should they simply make their 9-point? There were good arguments for doing either one. I would have made the 9-point because after, you don't want to be hit back, and you just got hit. They got hit back with a joker. Now here's a 5-4. I believe they should make the 9-point right now instead of making their 20-point, the golden anchor, because the 9-point is very good for blocking the 3-back checkers of Jonah and Kara. And we talk about number of checkers the opponent has in the zone or the attacking zone. And there are only 8 checkers available on Jonah and Kara's side of the board to attack the blots. And there were not so many numbers to make the 5-point and on the head of David and Michael. And now Jonah and Kara are debating what to do with the 5-4. I do not think they should. They're thinking, okay, we are going to hit with a 5. What we don't want to do is safety blots up front. In other words, move that checker that's now on the 5-point. Instead of moving 5 there, they could move it to the 6-point safely, and then they could go 13-8 safely. Just put stacks on those white points, the 6 and 8-point. But that would be wrong. You want to fight for the important points. And this is a way to fight for the 5-point. They're thinking of what is called a double tiger play by everyone's favorite author of the Backgammon Odyssey series of books. And the idea is that, okay, if we get hit low, we don't care so much. But with only 8 checkers forward, in other words, not much ammunition to wreak havoc, you don't want to start strewing blots around, especially, and putting them on a low point in your board. What they should have done, they should have just hit on the 5-point, stayed there, and brought a checker down to their 9-point so that they could maybe make the point if they get missed. So now they have rolled, and they've been hit back with a 4-2, and they had a 5-2, and they made their 20-point. Kara and Jonah did. So this was Kara and Jonah. I misspoke. Kara and Jonah were the ones who did a double tiger play. I don't think they should have done so. And they got hit back, and then and what? Yes, and then Jonah and Kara made their 20-point. And now David and Michael, playing the yellow checkers, they're thinking, well, if our opponents did a double tiger play, maybe we should too, and that will with 2 on the bar, they're going to have a hard time covering their own 5-point, and they might miss us. If they miss us, we're in really good shape. And so the plan is working out so far. I'm not sure they should have made a double tiger play, but it was well motivated at least. And they're now winning the game. Should they double? I don't think so, but their game plan is now to attack. They have a lot of checkers back. If they had more checkers forward and or Jonah and Kara playing the black checkers did not have a 20-point anchor, then maybe they would have thought about a double based on their attacking chances. But since they are not favored to make a point on the head of Kara and Jonah's back checkers, and since Kara and Jonah have a nice anchor in David and Michael's board,
Marty,
they decided not to double.
Marty, is it on two screens because they're playing doubles?
Yeah, well, the viewers only see one screen, but so this, if it were one player that with multiple personalities, it would make sense. But
Are they sitting at the same table? I mean,
yeah, no, it's just this, it's the blue and the black camera. I don't know. So
this is tautological.
yeah, that means it's a redundant proposition. So now the David and Michael did not double, properly so, and they did attack, and they did make their 3-point, and have a nice 3-point board, and Kara and Jonah stayed on the bar, but they were going to take the cube forever because they have a double anchor in the board of David Gray and Michael Pines. So, and if you think that Kara and Jonah are shrinking violets about taking cubes, you are wrong about that. They will take this cube. And all right, that's nice. I think actually what I would actually do is not that. I would go 20-16, trying to flood the outfield and maybe to help make the 9-point. Now Jonah and Kara debate. Shall we send a 5th checker back? They say, oh no. We want to keep our double anchor and we want to not put any checkers behind the anchor. And of course, okay, now David and Michael are debating. They don't know whether they're going to hit yet. They might have in their mind that if we hit them, then we send them back, and then they will not have to break any board up front. They won't have to move forward checkers too far forward, such that they wouldn't have any blockade after they hit a late shot. So that is a reason they might be considering, a reason why not to hit that thing. They should hit. I mean, the question is, where do you play the last two? This is, I think they only played three twos. But this is a legal moose tournament. And so I would have probably played 20-18 with the last two, just to mobilize. You don't need you want to get your head of the race. You want to get your checkers around. So here's a 9-point, which is a nice point to have. Now they have to break the 20-point because they don't have any other 4s if they want to make their 9-point. They don't want to break their 8-point. And to get 6 checkers in the attack zone, it's like it's not too hard. Now, this is getting interesting because there are many alternatives. If you are a crazed backgammon player, you could break your 6-point and leave 3 blots, but Jonah and Kara are not in that category. And now, oh, look at that. Oh, look. Now, there's only one legal play, which is to enter and break the 8-point. And that's what happens when you do not spread your back checkers out. Sometimes you will have what is called an anti-joker, which is a number that hurts you. Now, that was a very bad number for them. They had to break the 8-point was nice. a nice place to land when you're coming home. And with a 4-2 here, it's extremely interesting. Now, I think they should probably hit with a 4. But they don't have to hit with a 4. Hitting with a 4, leaving blots up front, risks, okay, you get your blots hit and then you get attacked on the opposing 1 point, and they make that point and then they can scramble home and you don't have a board yet. And so your early shots are devalued. So they might play something like moving off of the... So whose role is it? Oh, it is. Oh, it's Jonah and Kara's turn. And I see the hands of David Gray gesticulating. And so they're thinking now, if we hit like this, where do we play our 2? Do we leave 4 blots up front and go 13-11 and aim for our 5 point and our 9 point, hoping not to be hit, or do we go 9-7, or do we go 20-18 like that? And they say, oh, well, I will leave only 2 blots up front, and Michael and David probably say to themselves, I'd better hit both of those doggone things. If I hit with a 5, I guess hitting with a 5 forces. Now, they could have also hit 1 checker and not 2. But I say if now the nightmare scenario is when Jonah and Carr get 3 anchors in the opposing board. Now double 2s. Now I think, okay, you have to hit. Is it a 2-1? It's 2-1. So there we go. That's a play. It's not, your double 4s are sort of blocked, but this way you might make the 7 point with a 2, or you might just make your 15 point, or you might make your 16 point and lift the blot. This is okay too. So the game plan of David Gray and Michael Pines is to bring all their checkers in to their 6, 4, and 3 points as quickly as they can. And this is sort of in line, this play is in line with that goal. And they say, now we can really run fast. Let's run fast. So they should most likely just break the 16 point somehow. This is okay. They could have gone to the outfield as well with the other checker. And David and Cara say to themselves, well, we know their game plan, and if we hit them and leave blots, we might just help their game plan. And David and Michael said, all right, what we will do, and now Jonah and Cara say, all right, we'll keep all our outside points, we'll hit, and it's not a wrap that they should hit this with a 6. They are allowed to just to not hit and to come out like this. Because if they get multiple checkers hit anytime soon, David and Michael, the players of the white or the light yellow pieces, they might lose control of the whole outfield, and then they might get primed. I suppose now that Jonah and Carr can hit and not put checkers into weird positions. Now here's a 4-2. Now I believe this is a perfect time for David and Michael to hit, because they can come home by brute force. I think they've got to hit. They don't want to they don't want to. They might lose control of the outfield, but it takes a long parlay for that to happen. And there's a 1-4, and I think they just have to keep the checker on the 10 point rather than the second on the 6. And now there's a 6-2. I think they are right there. I don't think they want to make their. Well, maybe they could make their 11 point, but because that frustrates an entering 5-6 at least. It gets closer to home. Everything gets closer to home. The trouble is, yeah, so now they say, all right, we're going to get our checkers home as quickly as we can. And Kara and Jonah say, all right, we're not going to let you get home so easily. We'll hit you back. There's a 4-2, and now I think you should just hit him. I'm not so sure. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's a little. I'm not sure. So there is a non-hit. Might be just time to break that midpoint and not leave a double shot up front. And there is a 4-3 that will hit. Now by hitting, Michael and David are delaying the forward development of Kara and Jonah. So they say, all right, we're going to push you back. Maybe you'll fan on a 1 point board, and then we can hit some more checkers. Now, this looks good. Now they can bring a checker home, and their other checker is kind of close to home. This is not the best roll in creation. It's not bad. It doesn't hit, but it does move 23. That's the 23 point. All the way up to the 13. And now they can move 2 more 5s. That's 1 more. Shall they put builders in place to make the 7 point or the 5 point? They say, yes, we can. Even if we get hit, we can still. And Michael and David say, shall we safety a checker? Now if looks like a good 1, so that I would move the 1 up so that the 8 point checkers cannot be used to make a point. So here's a crummy 3-2. They can't make their 7 point or their 5 point or their 9 point or even their 4 point. And they can't even escape the checker. They say, okay, we don't need our 5 point. We will bring more checkers to the outfield so that we can control the outfield, hopefully. And now it's time to run. Maybe they'll miss. They'll probably just make their 9 point. Any blocking point is a good point. Okay, we'll hop out, and if you hit me with a 2, you'll have to break that nice blocking point. Okay, I will hit you, and I will not break the blocking point. And maybe I will make that point later, and I will have a 4 point prime, all the way up to see daylight, so get out with a 6. I want a 10 or an 11 so I can make that point. So he says, all right, I can't make the point, but I will make my 5 point, and I will probably play. That's a decent one. They could have played also 17 to 16. They say, all right, I don't want to be hit with 6s and 5s. I got a spare 2. Why not? I do want to hit you with an 8 or a 9, but I can't like that. So what I might do is I might make my 17 point and mobilize that checker. Otherwise, you're leaving direct shots outside, and you are breaking your broken 4 point prime. So I think they should just make their 17 point and not be hit. And maybe if they're not hit, they can hit, and then they can control the outfield and make a prime and win the game that way. There is a 5-1. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So shall they get multiple checkers hit? And say, well, if you hit me with a random 7, you will have to break your point. But they really must do it. Because, and that's a beautiful response. It's the best roll. Double 1s was great too, but double 2s was even better probably, but this is good. Now, it's not like, it's not as if, I should say, Jonah and Carr, they had a lot of ways to hit that thing. 6s and 7s and a double 5 from Siberia. But that was only about a 6-4 favorite. And so, with a 6-4, they are going to hit, and they're going to decide on how to play the 4. Now, they can minimize blots in the outfield and blots in the board, and they can say, well, I will now take aim with a builder at the 7 point. The most important point for Jonah and Kara to make right now is their own 7 point. That would give them 5 points in a row. And this is a play that gives them the best chance to do it. They don't have a good chance to do it right now. But they could also switch. They could use a 2 from the 9 point to make the 7 point. And now I think maybe they should just come out to the bar point and not worry about anything else. And now they're going to make the bar point. Like I said, they're going to use the 9 point. Now they have an advanced 4 in a row. Ooh, a joker. And a fan. Oh my gosh! And now I'm going to hit on that 2 point, so that they don't make the point and then have a viable back game. They will put a second checker on the bar. Yes, you might lose if you get hit back, but you might still have time to get in and out and around. If they miss you, if you hit loose on the 2 point, as you should, what you're doing is you're saying, if you miss me, then I will have a very good chance to gammon you. And there's a serious consideration, and the idea is, back games get a lot of late shots, and they made a fine play, and that is not a fine response. Now they're playing on for gammon. They do not cover, but they do hit and Barashekharov. They're legally allowed not to hit and Barashekharov, but they're saying but David is playing the checkers, and Michael advised him, don't forget to hit that checker on the way out. And that is a beautiful, I think they're right to, yeah, they're right. That was the best roll probably they had. Double 4s might have been slightly better. And now Jonah and Carr are trapped in it's an ace point game. They have a lot of timing. That's a double 2, a fine roll. Yeah, just get ready. Just clear your points as expediently as possible. Clear the 6 point. Strip the 5 point in preparation for clearing, and now you clear it. Just clear. Just clear. That is too risky. You have to clear that point. A point cleared is a point not to be feared. Yes, you have high doubles to leave a shot. Double 3s or higher leave shots. But you clear the 5 point. Backgammon should not enter your mind very much. But the play to win a backgammon, now they're saying, okay, well, maybe we should leave 4 checkers. That's probably the second best play. And somebody's going to say, it really was the best play. I don't have any access to the chat or anybody on chat who's got Extreme Gammon. I don't have a phone that enables Extreme Gammon. I'm unwilling to bring my laptop down to where the hoi polloi roam about. So, with a double 6, what are...
Right here.
Oh, thank you.
It's a minute
Okay.
late.
Okay.
Like a minute delayed.
All right, so Dmitry is... All right. I don't want to hear myself.
No, you're not.
It's called feedback. Dmitry Obakov is bringing me a phone, his phone, no doubt. And that was a wonderful, whatever that roll was, a double something. So can I look at the chat? Yeah, I can. I have to take my glasses off, though.
But it's a minute late.
Yeah, it's a minute late. So I don't know. Okay, here we go. I have to squint at this chat, so maybe I can look at it. But now I think Kara and Michael should keep their anchor. And what they're doing is they're taking aim at the slotted 9 point. That's the back of the. It would be a 5-point prime if they could make it. And now, yeah, now it's Joker. Now I believe it's time to run out of there with a single checker. I think. So you're in serious backgammon danger if they roll doubles against you right now. The problem is you make there are double twos and double ones and 2-1 a lot. Now I don't understand that if they're going to. I would have been inclined to make the 9 point. I guess they might be thinking, all right, we have maximum builders for the 4 point. So now they're trying to get away, and now that's a beautiful double one. Now the best play is to just. I believe the best play is just to play for the backgammon, but they're saying, all right, we're just going to. Oh, they stay on the bar. Now they may get a backgammon in spite of themselves. The leaving 4 left on the 2 and 3 point, 2 on the 2 and 2 on the 3. Now they've got 5 numbers to win a backgammon, an undoubled backgammon. They got it. Now they go ahead, not 6-0, but 3-0 because the cube was in the middle. I don't even see the cube. Oh, there it is. It's on the top of a dice cup next to the clock and the score sheet. The rare undoubled backgammon. And maybe if you are the side getting backgammon, prior to getting backgammon, you could risk losing backgammon because you're only losing 3 points and not 6. Well, that was a fine, fun backgame. It was spoiled by the excellent rolling of David and Michael. So Jonah Seawald, that's Seawald with a W, not a V, and Carr Schultz are got a slight advantage because they're behind in the pip count, but they're setting up to build a board in the prime. And David and Michael said, all right, we're too far forward to block very well, so we better just run away. And Jonah and Kara say to themselves, well, we better hit that fleeing checker. But now they have to decide what are they going to do with a deuce. And it's either going to be 10-8 like a wimp or 13-11 like a non-wimp. 13-11 gives more builders, but it strips the midpoint, and it allows a double 3 or a double 6 to hit. I mean, a 4-6 to hit, excuse me. So this is, I would have been inclined to do this. 2-6 on the bar. I pay Ray Fogerland, who says that all the time. I pay him a royalty every time I say it on camera. I think it's a American quarter dollar. I think Jonah and Kara are probably going to double. Either of those plays. I suppose I would rather be doubled after 13-7 than not. At least if they make their 7 point, then, and I guess maybe they decided not to double because they saw that it's hard to do everything all at once, hit and prime and blitz and now they could have made a blitzing style play. They could have hit twice in their board and left 1 blot inside and 3 blots outside. But they decided to, I think maybe they should have done that so that it would take, it would put 2 checkers on the bar. It's not like it wasn't the most promising blitzing play I've ever seen, but now their advantages looks just about evaporated. Not entirely, but to some degree. Now 4-1 for white. They can make the 23 anchor. It's not that they want to own it, because it's harder to escape from than would be the two blots. But at least they give themselves some safety on the opponent's side of the board, and they put builders in a nice position so that they have a few numbers to improve their blockade, which they've just done with a 4-2. And 5-3 for Kara and Jonah. They cannot move a back checker. So they say to themselves, how are we going to win this game? And one way is if they roll some funky looking 3 or 2, it might come with a number that makes the bar point. Now I think they're just going to turn the cube and see whether Michael and David want to take. Because if they get hit, they're in deep doo-doo, and there are 13 numbers to hit. If they don't hit, they might also roll double 4s, and they will immediately double. That is Kara Schultz, visible on your screen. She's got the long hair and it's like a blue denim jacket, and there's Jonah.
What you thinking about doubles here, Marty?
I think it's kind of not very promising.
No? I like it. I would take that.
It might be a take. Might be a take. Will Reeves says it might have been a take. They didn't have, well, it's debatable. I mean, it's debatable. They had a 4 out. They had a 1 to hit. They had duplicated 3-1 and 2-1 to prime. I don't know. The live chat is a minute behind what I'm doing in real life. Now the score is, so at any rate, a debatable cube action not by Jonah and Kara. It was a good double, but I get some pushback to my initial impression that it was a drop. And that was the standard way to play a 6-3 in reply to an opening 6-2 split. And David and Michael injudiciously stayed on the bar against a 1-point board, and they have a second checker hit. And they enter, that was a good one, the double 2, it comes in, 2 come in, and then there's a hit, and then they could make their 11 point. A point is a point, or they could unblock from the 23 anchor, 23 to 21, or they could keep the anchor, do a little this, a little that, advance on the board, and keep an anchor instead of splitting entirely. While your opponent's on the bar, that's a good time to split your back checkers, if that's a good thing to do in general. Unfortunately, they didn't split. They made a hybrid play, and the advanced to the 3-point of Jonah and Kara, and Jonah and Kara rolled double 3 and came in and pointed on the 3-point, brought a builder down for their bar point, which is slotted, and now the roll by David and Michael. Now I believe they should have just hit loose on their board. It would have decreased. It would have, I think, drastically decreased the good numbers in reply by David, by Jonah and Kara. They would probably have just made their bar point, but with the full roll, they were happy to make their 4 point. And now David and Michael say, all right, I'm going to gain some time, and David and Kara say, well, it's not like we think we're not good enough to double. I think we think we're too good to double, because we've got a much better board. They have more checkers back. But now David and Kara are on the bar, and David Gray and Michael Pines have slotted in the board, and they've slotted the golden anchor point, the opposing 5 point. And Jonah and Kara I guess are going to debate whether they should turn the cube now, whether they're too good, whether they're not good enough. I think they're good enough. They might hit loose and then not be hit back. That would be a disaster. They might simply do nothing, roll 2 even numbers, not including double 4s, and that's 8 numbers. And then they might do something like that, and then they'll still have an advantage. So the double was good. And it may well be a take, but it's not a happy take, if so. No, I don't even know whether Jonah and Kara should split their 8 point in order to hit, let's say, because they were like a 3-2 or something. There is the double 4 I alluded to, and I think they should just hit a second checker.
Get your computer.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so Dimitri's setting me up with a computer where I can actually read the chat, and I can give him back his phone. Multitasking is a hard thing for me to do sometimes. But now, Jonah and Kara rolled a Joker double 4, and they hit 2 blots, and they have a pleasant choice now. They can make a 5 point prime like this, or they can say, all right, what we will do is we will make our 1 point, but they say if we do make a prime, then they might be in some deep doo-doo. So they're hitting again. Now, part of their logic is that any 1 recirculates the checker. Any non-1 doesn't. Now, any 1 now makes a double anchor. And now Kara and Jonah say, all right, we don't want you to make a double anchor. If you do want to hit us on that, if you do roll 1, I think they just make the 7 point. They just keep the 7 point. They're debating whether to. Oh, they could cover the 1. No, they played a 6. They've hit loose on the 1 point. And they've remade the 7 point, which looks good to me. And they stay on the bar. Now it's getting to be where they want it. They say, okay, with 2 on the bar, we're just going to make the 5 point board, and we'll just try to win a gammon here. I think they should simply mobilize the back checkers. That looks very good to me. 24-18. No blocked double 5. Okay, so They made an illegal move and hit their clock, but it's a legal moves tournament, so they either realized that they made an illegal move, or if they didn't realize it and they just played on, their opponent is obliged to point out that they made an illegal play and give them the opportunity to play it legally. And that's what happened one way or another. So now this is it's interesting because they like the 5 prime to help them get around safely and block David and Michael's back checkers. There's a yucky poo 6, so they're going to make their 3-point better than nothing. 6 meaning a 5 and a 1. Uh-oh. There goes the bar point. I think they should go 6 to 4, maybe. I'm not sure about that. Because that would give them more return hits if they do get hit. They will be unhappy about it if they roll a double 6. Now, I don't know if they want to leave blots. If they come out, then they have a bad 4. I'm not sure they want to play 8 to 4. And they say, all right, well, they think that coming out is so good a thing to do that that it even warrants putting a checker in very bad position on the 2-point. The roll is 4-1, and they say, shall we hit? And it slows the forward progress and might get the checker recirculated. That would be bad. They don't want the checker recirculated. So Jonah and Carr are considering staying back, and they do stay back on the 24 pin. They want to hit that other checker. And it's hard for David and Michael to cover that checker safely. That is a 2 and a what? You cannot see the other die. It's either a 2 and a 2 or it's a 2 and a 6. Now I see it. And they did cover it safely, so they're happy. And there's a yucky 2-1. And I think it's time to break the 20-point rather than bury a checker. Oh, I don't like burying a checker. Oh. I don't like burying a checker. Now here they are. They're coming out. Now, had they gone to the 17-point, that double 5 would have hit them. But now they just should make the 8-point and the 17 and the 18-point. Like it or not, you got to break that anchor. And they say, I will leave them 6s and 1s and 3s to hit. And that seems better than any other alternative. They've got 2 checkers back on the board ready to remake an anchor. David and Michael have to decide whether they're going to hit outside or inside. They hit outside, and that's a 5-3 that plays. That was a very good roll, actually. Only double 4s was better. 3-2. Now they just should remake their midpoint, blocking said double 4s and forcing breakage. No, they got 3 pips to play without breaking anything. David and Michael with the 4-1. Shall they hit or shall they not hit? If they do hit, how do they do so? I hate with a passion hitting and lifting the blot to the 3-point. I think it's attractive to me to slot the 4-point with a 4 and move the 1 outside 18 to 17. There's another play that would allow double 5 and 6-4 and double 6 to hit, but it would slot an innerboard point, and it would maintain good outfield coverage. But he says, I don't care about slotting a point. I don't want to be hit. I want a spare checker on my, and there is a double 4 that would not have hit, but it plays very well. Now, they would have had a direct shot at that thing in this variation. There is a double boxcar. How shall that be played? It looks pretty ugly. And they say, I will... Now, they could make some funny-looking play, like staying on the 17-point. They cannot afford not to stay on the not to move back their back checkers. But the 17-point might be better for containment, but the drawback is that they've now put a blot onto their 1-point. The roll is 3-5, so I suppose they should just slot their 2-point and pray for rain next time. They could leave 2 outfield blots by breaking the 16-point with a 5, and then playing 10 to 7, so that they would leave 5s and 3s. No, 3s and 4s, excuse me. 3s and 4s and combination 8s and combination 4s. So 3s and 4s and combinations is 24 ways to hit. And then there's an oddball 6-2 hits. So that would be 26 out of 36 to hit after 16-11, 10-7. K4 Catherine, otherwise known as Tinker on Fibs, I see on the chat, is giving props to Dmitry Obakov. Says he's amazing support. Giving him amazing support, bravo. Does he get some kind of special Wild West trophy? If not, Dmitry Obakov should. He is a good Wild West trophy supporter. Now they're still thinking about this decision. Shall they? That's what I just talked about. Leaving 26 ways to hit. It's the motivation behind such a loose-looking play is to have the opportunity to hit back in the opposing inner board if any one of those 10 shots occurs. One drawback with leaving 2 blots and a 26 number shot is that there are hit covers and there are also double hitting numbers, like 3-4, 3-5, double hit. 3-5 also covers. 4-5 also covers. But 4-5 is a hit and cover. 3-5 is a double hit or a hit cover, as the case may be. My first inclination was I just play just 10-2 and hope for something good next time. You know, maybe. It's a tough play, and since David Gray and Michael Pines own the cube, Jonah and Carr are forced to play to the end of the game. And so they decide to pay off to the 26 numbers, hoping for a return shot, hoping for a miss. And there is a miss. Oh no, he can hit with a 3. Hits with a 3, excuse me. It's not a miss. He just hits and goes to the 8-point. There's no choice. I mean, there's a choice. He could not go to the 8-point and leave another blot, but hitting, I think, is just It's just absolutely forced because you don't want to give them a free chance to just play safely and come home, right? And 6-3 doesn't even cover the blot on their board. So they just have to do this and take a chance. Yeah, they might get gammoned after being hit, but they might not be hit. I mean, gosh sakes forbid that they stay on the bar with 9 numbers like that. And now, if they make their 1 point and they hit, I think they're just going to make their 1 point because now that if they stay on the bar, which they do not, but they have to break their 6-point switch to this from 6 to 2, and then now they still have a 5-point board, but there's a duplicated 4 to hit. So 4s and 2s hit. And the odd 8, there's only a 6-2, which is that's already counted as a 2. And there's a 5-3 that hits outside. And it looks to me like this would be a take of a redouble. And there's a hit. Just hit on the 9-point. Only 5-4 and 4-4 hit back. No, 4-4 doesn't hit back. Only 5-4 and 5-5 hit back. And if you do not hit, you'll make your 5-point. But that gives up a lot of escaping numbers and a few hitting numbers. And so they say, we may not want to leave 3 numbers to hit back. This way, it looks like there are 4 numbers that hit that other checker. So I don't see anything but moving to the 9-point from here. Because there's no double shot in the outfield that's very attractive. And this leaves a double direct shot, 4s and 1s, but not all 4s that hit avoid a direct return shot. And now it is possible for Michael and David to win a gammon by hitting and then closing their board and then gammoning, with 2 closed out. That's a remote parlay, but I think they're going to be aggressive. They're going to be willing to loosen their board if they cannot hit outside. Such as with, 4-2. Well, maybe they could hit and pass, but they might just go for all the bananas by hitting and staying on the 4-point. Because if you don't go for the closeout right now, and they say, okay, we're not going to double, understandably, now they've got to hit with a 4. The question is, where do they play the 6? If they don't hit with the 4, they have to leave a shot anyway somewhere. So they might as well now. They might just go for the bananas. Let's go for the closeout, and then we can hit the second blot. Or they can say we can minimize gammons against us, and if they miss us, if they hit us, we might be gammoned, but we might save it, and if they miss us, we can win with a cube. But this way, if they go 13-7, and they don't get hit, then they could play on for gammon. So this is sort of giving up on the gammon, but they should just double. They should just cash this game. They've got it looks like 22 ways to cover. 6-3, 3-3, 4s and combinations, and then 22. 22 out of 36. So the chance they don't cover and then you hit and then you win is not 25%. So they cashed. They cashed 2 points. They might have doubled before then, but they were ahead in the match and everything like that. very interesting tactical motifs combined with cube considerations. Making the 5 was a big blunder, says Wall of Denial 50. Yes, it was. They should have gone 13-9 hit and left 5 return shots and put a second checker back and given themselves the best chance to gammon. Now, opening 5-3 followed by 6-3. Now, this is not the standard 6-3 reply to opening 5-3. The standard reply is to split with a 6 and come down with a builder. Note that the opponent has a better inner board, and it had been thought formerly that it was too, I mean, a long time ago, that a play like this was too risky, but people pointed out that, okay, all of your 6-3 replies are worse if your opponent has a 2-pointer board than not. Now, how do they play this 4-2? They made the aggressive major split. They got hit with a 4-5 in their outer board, and now they have a bad reply 4-2. It does enter. It's better than staying on the bar. But how do they play their 4-2? They looked at coming in with a 4. Now they're looking at coming in with a 2 and then advancing in their opponent's inner board. The alternative, which they haven't yet looked at, is to enter with a 2 and play 13-9. I like that other one because now they have exposed blots, 2 blots, a blot on Jonah and Kara's 5-point, a blot on their 7-point. They want to make both of those points. So I think they should have entered with a 2. That leaves the rearmost checkers safest, and they are on points that are not as desirable for Jonah and Kara as their own 5-point or their own 7-point. And the 13-9 would be constructive. They would leave another blot in the outer board. It would be constructive because it could be used as a builder for inner board points, or it could be used as a slot for the 9-point itself. In case you roll a 4 that does not make your 4-point or 5-point, you can play 13-9 and have another upfront point. A broken 3-point prime. And it's a lot safer. So they take. It's understandable, and I think that they were motivated to double partly because, it might have been a strong double in any case, but the score makes it just a wrap. And now Michael and David and Michael get pointed on, and they stay on the bar, and now they get hit. So they have 2 on the bar against a 3-point board. They stay on the bar yet again. And Jonah and Carr are on the gammon try, and I believe they're going to hit with a 5 and find a 6. And the logical 6 is 13-7, so that it adds a cover number for the 2-point. A 4-1 is better than nothing. It's not a double, it's not a hit, but it brings 2 off the bar. That is a double 1. Which hits and covers and leaves 2 on the bar. They wanted anchor, and they got an anchor, so they're alive. They will have an ace-point game at worst. And Jonah and Kara say, well, we are going to hem you in as best we can. And David and Michael should say to themselves, I believe they should just play 13-8, but they're thinking of a tempo hit, with a juicy scenario of being hit back but not hit on the opposing 4-point and then rolling a 4 and having a 1-4 back gain. That is not something I would be thinking too hard about. I think I'd just play 13-8, and you could play 21-16, but you're on a triple shot in the outfield, and then they say, I'm not going to let you make an anchor like that. So they probably should just go 7-6 is my guess. The bar point would be nice, but they say, no, we're going to keep the bar point slotted. We've got they would have 27 covers if they went 10 to 9, and then they were not hit. But there are more ways to be hit once and to be hit twice. Never fear, 27 covers now. There we are. And it looks like they'll cover, knowing them, they'll cover with a 5 and come around the corner. That way they can make their bar point. If they're hit back on their bar point, they have a lot of return shots. There is a 1-2. So I think that Jonah and Carr did right to break their bar point to hit. I just was unsure about the best way to do it. But they kept their bar point slotted, and they made both their 4-point and their bar point. And now there's a double 4 for David and Michael, and they say, all right, we'll make 2 points in front of that back checker. One school of thought says don't make the deep 2-point. And now David and Michael say, shall we save the gammon more often, or shall we make builders and try to really restrain that checker? And not to put a builder in bad position, a checker in bad position, the 4-point, where it can only be used to make the 3 or even the icky looking 1-point. So that is a 3-6. I am not going to get myself hit if possible, so I'm just going to go 13 to 4. Maybe I'll win the cheesy 1-point game from there, and maybe I'll save the gammon if I don't. But if I get 4 checkers back, I might still crash later, and I'm unlikely to counter prime because I have that dilly builder on my 4-point and I have my 2-point made. So they'll just play safe like this. Perfectly good play. And there's a remote hit. Yeah, they had 6 hitting numbers and they rolled 6-2. I guess they hope not to come in for a while so their board will not crack. I was in a game, I was desperate in the same tournament. No, not the doubles, the other one, the Bison jackpot. Now, I don't know why they're saving a 6 for some reason. They don't want to stack. They don't want to play 6s. They want to play no 6s at all. So if they brought a checker into the 4-point, they would have had only 1 6 to play. So this is a sort of a break even. This would have been the same resulting position. They must bring it in so they don't have 6s to play. Very good. It did not cost them. Now they should. I dislike this play a little bit. I want the idea of Jonah and Carr is to minimize numbers that immediately leave a blot. The trouble is that they are giving themselves their best chance to have lousy position of spare checkers. There is only one blot number double 5s. 3-2, I think they're going to play, they're going to keep their builders spread out. I don't think they're going to go 7-2. And I don't think they're going to go put 2 on the 4-point. The good part about this play is that they can play a 6-3 safely 5-2. And that's bad because they have to play a 4 and a 2, so they can't easily make their 3-point. And there's a blot. Now they would not have to leave that blot if they'd played an uglier looking play, but I think they were right to make the play. You did. And now finally a checker escapes. The game plan of David and Michael is to save the gammon. That double 3 does not help them do so. Now they're going to run. It doesn't much matter whether they go to the 14-point or the 9-point, but I would have gone to the 14-point for better equity if I did get a hit next turn. They're going to make they can make their 11-point. Not the best for the gammon saving motif, but not horrible. Now I think they should, at this point, they should break their anchor with it and go 6 out, and they should slot their 6 point with a 5. Because the 6 point, they really need the 6 point in order to win. If they get hit, they own the cube. So now now they came around and they made the play I recommended, and there's a 6-1, no blot, 7 checkers left on that other point. And now they ought to. I think this is right, probably right. I'm not sure that was the best play on their part. Now they've got an odd number of checkers left, those bad guys. So the trouble is that they could have taken direct aim at their 5 point instead of their 6 point. And I think what David and Mike should do is they should move from their 12 point and slot their 3 point. I think the best way for them to win a gammon is to hit a shot. And if they are going to hit a shot, they don't want to. All right, maybe this is the best way, but I think this is bad because suppose they get 2 crossovers. I mean, if Joan and Carl roll 3 aces in a row, now so here they get 2 crossovers, best, right? Now they could this gives them a double 4 to save and whatever, and it's best if they roll. So I would have been lurking back there, and now this is a gammon. Now it is tied at 5. If you're going to have to really scramble to save the gammon, and if your opponents have 10 ways to leave you a direct shot that will let you save the gammon more often, you should think hard about your chances to save the gammon if you run. And it's hard to calculate exactly, but it is. You could get a ballpark estimate. So this is a 9. Oh, this is a 9 point doubles match. Okay, so it's 4-away, 4-away. So at 4-away, 4-away, gammons on 2 win the match. What does that mean to us in the home here? It means that if you have a whiff of a gammon, you should. All right. Now he says, I want a whiff of a gammon by hitting 2 checkers. It's a plan. I think that the considered best in the situation. I think not only at 4-away, 4-away, maybe for money, bringing 2 builders down would have been great. Now that is a really good roll for them. They hit and they made their 1 point, and now they can attack those other things. Now, Michi Kageyama says to double hit is tiger play, and they could break their 8 point and put 2 of those checkers on the bar. But the trouble is, it might win a bunch of gammons, but it's the 8 point is valuable, and it would be really bad if you got hit back. But now they say to themselves, shall we make 2 innerboard points? Or shall we make an outerboard point and an innerboard point behind the anchor? Not bad, not bad, not bad. Or shall we be even purer playing than that and not make any innerboard points and make... Now this is reasonable. I mean, you've got a better innerboard point than the 3 point, much better in fact. And I kind of like this. You got a 3 point innerboard, and you've got a beautiful 5 point. And if they roll something awkward like this 6-2, whatever will they do with it? Will they hit and then find a 2? What would the 2 be? Probably it would be 8-6, or even the ugly 5-3. 8-6 looks maybe like too ugly to be true. But 11-9 would leave more ways to be hit. By a little bit. Not by all that much. So they're thinking about this. they could leave fewest shots with the ugly play of ugly plays, 8-6, 8-2. They will never do that in their darkest nightmares. They could leave 23 shots immediately and keep their assets. They could, except they'd give up their midpoint. They could play, but they say no. We want to hit, fight for the 5 point. They could play 13-11, 13-7, but it's a little too. I think it's a little too. Not very promising. They say, oh, but no, then we're going to make our 11 point. I'm not so sure I like this. It's good against 2-6 in the bar. Shall they lift their blot and move to the 2 point? Shall they hop out and give the nasty opponents a lot of ways to hit and to cover the 5? Looks like they want to be bold. Some of the numbers that hit and cover the 5 leave a significant number of return shots. That is the main thing in favor of this play. And I think this is right because I think it's kind of really destructive to to dump a checker on the 2 point. Now this is one of those, it doesn't hit and cover. If it hits, it doesn't cover. If it covers, it doesn't hit. My idea is to make the 5 point and play 13-8. And that was worth a look for doubling, but I don't think it probably was a double. But now they just remake the 8 point. And now they'll come in on the deuce point and they'll add a builder. $144 pips for black. 122 pips. So white is 20 pips ahead. I would have doubled. There are undeserved gammons lurking in this position. You know, it's not likely that Jonah and Carl will get gammon, but it's possible with 3 back. And now this is just an easy double. Not only is a four-way score, not only does it mandate aggressive doubling because of the possibility of a doubled gammon, but also because of the possibility of a simple 2 point win. Now I think that maybe David and Michael were afraid to double this one. Maybe I got the pip count wrong. It was 135 or something like that. Yeah, they rolled a. Forget what they rolled, but this double 5. It's not my favorite. The other double 5s involve concessions, unfortunately. This is not legal. So one idea would have been to make the safest possible play and then think about what the cube action was after a miss by Jonah and Kara. So this is just a double if they do this. Even if they come out with a 5 to their 18 point, it would be a double. It might be a take, but it's an unhappy take. Now they decided not to double last turn, but they've moved 20 pips forward, and they've made a stronger inner board, and they still don't double. Maybe they think they're too good. Don't think they are by any stretch. They're able to play completely safely. And now Jonah and Kara say, we do not want a blot there, and we will happily take this one. And now they must not leave a blot, any blots in their outfield, I don't think. This is reasonable. It doesn't slot the open point, but it doesn't leave a blot at the inner board either. So this 5-4 plays by making the 1 point, makes the black 1 point. No coming out is allowed. Plus, if you leave a direct shot, you might entice them to W, and they might be just right to do it. So they stand pat, they make a point. And there is a good roll, a 4-3. And I think the best play is to move both checkers from the back, one to the 10 point and one to the 11 point. That is not right. You must not break your 6 point. I think you leave one more shot by going 14 to 11. But you get home a lot more nicely if you're missed. And there is they left, that's one of the 3 hitting numbers they left. They could have left only 4, 3, and 5-2. But now they're in. They're in with a double. Now should they come? They come closer, and now it is Kara and Jonah's turn. And they say, we will attack you, and we will attack you, in fact, with 6s and 2s and combinations make 24 numbers, and then you got a 5-4. There's 26 ways to hit on the 2 point at all. If you add double 4 into that would be a forced hit. But it wouldn't be the most desirable hit, because it would leave the 6 point open, and they decline the cue. But it's tough, because if they are hit and then they hit back, they're doing okay. If they're not hit, then they can get out. So they might have had a take, but they were probably afraid of the specter of, there's a bad variation where they get hit, they hit back, and then they get hit back in turn. So I would be still thinking hard about that. Maybe somebody on chat can give us the extreme gammon take on that. Vinny BG Reviews points out that Jonah's last name is indeed Seawald with a W. Oh, they fixed it already. Good. Okay. They didn't fix it after I said so, but they said it after the chat said so. Maybe they did based on something else. I don't know. It is now 3 away for Kara and Jonah, 4 away for David and Michael. Another special score. The 4 away player, or players, want to double aggressively as soon as a faint whiff of extra gammon obtrudes on the senses. So, on a screen which you do not see, but that is in the same room as the one, or maybe it's not in the same, I think it's in the same room. Patrick Enright is playing against Mario Savan, who just won his second round. This is the money round, round 3 that they are playing, but you can't see it. It's just a report. And Patrick Enright is attacking, and Mario is a big underdog in this game. He might lose a gammon, and which would make the score 6-4 to 11 in his favor. So now this game is on 3-2 split and 2-1. The correct reply to a 3-2 split is to hit on the 4 point and then split the back checkers. The second best play would be to go 4-3, but nobody would do that. And now that's a bad 6-1 from the bar, and they, instead of lead a double shot up front, they correctly come out to the 18 point. They could have played, actually, to be fair, they could have hit loose on the 2 point. And I think they should have, in fact, hit loose on the 2 point, even though they stripped the 8 point. There was a tempo hit on the 2 point. And instead of the tempo hit, they elected to come out, and they got hit and then hit covered. They came back with an anchor on Jonah and Kara's 3 point, and then Jonah and Kara rolled 4-2 and covered the bar point. They have a nice broken 4 point prime. That is a bad throw. And let's see, does Michi Kageyama have any sayings about this? To leave the 22 point is butterfly play. Michito Kageyama, fondly known as Michi, he's written a book called Backchecker Strategy. He's written 3 books. They're called the Backgammon Odyssey series, and he's at work on a 4th one. This is abandoning the anchor on the 22 point, which said Mr. Kageyama calls the butterfly anchor, because first it is formed in a certain way, and then like a butterfly out of the pupal stage, whatever, comes out of the cocoon and is a full butterfly. So he likens that is his metaphor for breaking the 22 anchor, and that was the best way to do it. That was the best play, I believe, because it gets a checker out of the board, and it makes the 11 point, and it gives yourself the chance to roll 2-6 on the bar after this variation occurs. But now I will not invoke 2-6 from the bar except after the fact. I lied. 2-6 from the bar. 1-6 from the bar. It's almost as good as 2-6 from the bar, and now 2-2 from the bar. Hitting, but getting rid of that midpoint. Oh, a 5-3 from the bar. I once played Ray Fogerland, the 2-6 from the bar guy, a match, and I won the match, and the roll that helped me win the match was, I think, maybe 3 5-3s from the bar that were really good, hitting or making some key point or something like that. So I haven't tormented Ray by saying 5-3 from the bar in a very long time, but maybe I will. I might play him in the main event, one of these rounds. Now, this is the best play to make the 5 point against 4 checkers back. It is really a lot of pressure on Jonah and Kara. And they say, well, we do not want to be attacked. We will make a double anchor, and we will play from there. Now, if I am David and Michael, I'm turning this cube, because they are playing against 5 checkers back. Jonah and Kara are the more experienced duo by a lot of aggregate years by now, I think. And that should play into the deliberations. But they probably think, no, we got a lot of work to do. Now, a 5-4, I suppose, is simply 17-8. Put a builder on the 8 point, like that. And now that is Michael Pines playing the checkers. Oh, no, oh, please. And is David Gray recommending an ultra-safe play? You're never going to win this game by playing ultra-safe. That's the original position. You really want to make your bar point or your 4 point or even your 9 point or even your 10 point. So there's the 5. I guess they've agreed on that. And now there's no real 4. I mean, you can just put another spare out there, and you're trying to make your bar point or your 4 point. Yes, they've got a 6-2 and a double 4 and a 5-4, but that's all they have to hit. Yes, they have a 5-1. They're gonna slot their 5 point, but they don't have their 5 point made yet. You see. So if now it might be an easy take, it might be a tough take, it might not be a take. If they do not know whether, if Michael Pines and David Gray do not know whether Jonah Seawald and Carr Schultz have a take in this position at this score, then they should just turn the cube. And they do. I don't know if what they know or don't know, but they turn it. And now Carr and Jonah say, we have too many winning chances to give this up. Besides, it's fun to play back games, and this is a back game now. How fun is this back game? It's not that fun anymore. I mean, I suppose I would do this rather than play little tricks going behind the anchor. And now they've got a well-timed back game, or mostly well-timed. Now, if they roll a number like this, they shouldn't hit, obviously. Not hit. Don't hit. Don't hit. Do make your 4-point. How do you make your 4-point? Don't hit. Make your 4-point. Oh my gosh. Well, the good part about this play is that it primes a checker, another checker. And this is I think the best play that they made. They push their double backgammon anchor forward, and they decrease no strip they ought to strip their 8-point in preparation for clearing it. And that's a really good roll by Jonah and Carr. The trouble is if they roll a bunch of 4s. So there's a 1-4 now. They go 8-7. Oh, they should be thinking about clearing those points, because I think they might be saying, well, we'll maintain timing. We won't have to break points, and maybe we'll force them to crack. 3-2 is an excellent roll. They should bring 2 checkers into their 5-point. They get spare 3s and spare 4s. There is another play that's not legal, is it? Didn't they have a 3-2? Did they have a 3-1 instead? I don't know. Well, at any rate, Carr and Jonah rolled a nightmare double board breaking 3. Now here is something ugly. 5 should be played 7-2. Pick a 4. That is a 4. I'm not sure what was the best 4. So now they're going to, for maximum chance to hit a checker, they are going to keep the 22 anchor. They're going to stay on David and Michael's 3-point, because that forms the most formidable obstacle to David and Michael. Now there's a 3-2 pointing on head. Now this is excellent. Even if Jonah and Carr hit back, then there will be a double direct return shot. And if they stay on the bar, they are possibly looking at a match losing gammon. They should play clear 2 checkers to the 6-point. 5s do not play from the 8-point, but they do play with 2 spares from the 6-point. And there is the double 3 that Carr and Jonah prepared for, no doubt. And now they can clear unless they roll something with a 1 or a 5. And there's a very bad double 5. It's not a 6-5 or a 3-5, both of which would leave a shot. And it does clear a point. But they might not be able to move. They can move, and they will move rather than break their board. They'll say, well, you may hit us, but then we may hit you back. And they happily, juicily hit. We can hit you, but no, that's a 4. It's a 5 they've got. They have to play legally. And that was pointed out by Michael's partner, and a 3-1 in and cover. Now 2 big numbers, many of them leave a direct shot. That is not one of them. Shall we play ultra safely, or shall we play a little bit more aggressively? And it looks like David Gray is recommending a safe play. He says, oh, we'll probably won't win a gammon anyway. but I might have been tempted to go for that gammon. Now you better play safely. And this is a safer position than they would have gotten. Now the gammon is like almost never going to happen. They go 10-4, so as not to waste an extra pip of outside motion. And there is a safe 5-3, which would have left a blot in this sequence had they played as I thought maybe they should play. Not so good, probably. They say, well, cater to the smaller number. And they'll say, all right, we'll give ourselves more ways to get off. Is it possible that they could get gammoned if they roll 2-1 followed by 2-1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it was, but not anymore. What I said was that by wasting a pip coming home, in other words, they're not moving all the checkers on the outside, there was one nightmare, extremely low probability variation, extremely low is putting it mildly, where Jonah and Kara would lose a gammon. If they had rolled 2-1, and then David and Michael rolled doubles, and then they rolled another 2-1, and then they rolled the second set of doubles, then that would have been a gammon for the match. And their play left open that possibility, and they should not have done it. They should have been pip hungry, I think, unless they would have had to waste pips in other variations about which I'm not sure. No, I think they could have played 17-9 and been safe. So now that was a 5-4 split, a 6-2 hit, and a 4-2 hit. Now this is 2 away to 3 away, where David and Michael are 2 away. And now Jonah and Kara stay on the bar with a 6-6. They've done that a couple of times now. And I believe that since Jonah and Kara on the bar, it makes very great sense to make another point. They repeat that's the third fanning 6-6 they've rolled. Although this time, now they're gonna make their bar point and the 5 point, which is really good, and they stay on the bar yet again. Now an undoubled gammon wins the match. So now they can make the 8 point, they can bring a builder down to aim for the 4 point. But they say, no, I don't want to be hit with a 5-4. And for the umpteenth time in a row, Kara and Jonah fan, this time on a 3-point board. Now, I strongly believe that the play they're looking at, 16-10, is best. That builder / attacker attacking the open 4 point is worth a lot. And if you make a play like 23-21, yes, you're orienting yourself toward escaping your back checker, but you are also giving them joker 4 and 2. Now David Gray says, don't you want to move up somewhere and get out? And Michael Pine says, well, I don't know what he's saying. I couldn't read their lips even if I saw their lips. But now Mike, they've decided to make the play that I like, and they've been rewarded by being hit back. See, I told you so. But they can hit back with a 3, and they roll 1-3, and they do hit back. 5 would also have hit back. And now Jonah and Kara disdain the possibility of... Now, this 13-8, I believe I disagree. I think 21-16 was... I think what they're doing is they're saying, all right, we might hit back if we get hit here. But I say you might be gammoned if you don't hit back. But they say we might be gammoned if we're hit outside too. Now I'm going to, I don't know what I'm going to do now. This is good. It doesn't break the 8 point. It does make a defense. And they don't roll a 3 or a 2-1 to make that the 4 point of David and Michael. It looks like a 6-2. Yeah, it's an ugly 6-2. And Jonah and Kara are probably saying to themselves, we cannot afford to make a wimpy running play. David and Michael say we cannot afford not to hit something, but we will hit 2 checkers and we will have to, and there's a double deuce. Ooh, now another Backgammon thing. So now this position is one where David and Michael really should not be throwing the cube, because it will come back on 4 for the match. That means their gammons aren't worth extra. And if they win an undoubled gammon, they win the match anyway. So it's better just to play on. Now this is probably a good play by Jonah and the counterpart, Karschultz. So this is not my recommended play to break that prime, but it's reasonable. It's reasonable, and there is a hit. The 3 is not so good, but the 3 is probably just 6-3. You're not going to go 4-1. You're not going to break your 24 anchor, probably. You might break your 24 anchor, but it doesn't look very good. The 24 anchor, the double anchor, is an assured defense, and 6-3, puts a. You might want your 3 point later. So there's a 4-2. It's a fortuitous roll, as everybody says. And now it might be best just to play 13-11. And they say, well, should we hit at all? Well, where's our 4 if we don't hit? I'm still hitting that thing, and I'm probably playing 13-11, hoping to remake the 8 point. Now if you lift 8-6, you're moving a check. You're removing the slot for your 8 point, and the slot for your 8 point will really be helpful for your timing, and not helpful for your opponent's non-timing. So a 6-3 is okay. This looks pretty good. And there's a 4-3. The drawback is that now they have a good 3, 8-5. Maybe that was a reason not to break the 20 point. Now I think probably the play is to hit loose and do something. And probably doing something does not include moving to your 6 point. You might. So they came in with 1, and now they did move to the 6 point and hit. It might work. They might push Jonah and Kara into a funny looking 1-4 backgammon. Now I guess it's right to make the 7 point. It might do some restraint against the spare checker on the 24 point, and it might be useful once you hit more checkers, helping you get around. So now they say, well, instead of leaving a blot outside, we'll minimize our blot count. And there was an ugly double 6 that moves a lot of pips. just not so desirable. It doesn't hit that other blot, and it puts two checkers on top of that structure. Now I think they're just going to bring a blot, bring a checker to safety. Now that's a checker in their timing for sure. And a 3-2, I think they have got to move somewhere. They've got to break that. They cannot. 7-2 is safe, but it is ugly as heck. So I would be inclined to either move one of the checkers from the 18 point all the way, or to move both of them. I think you have fewer hit cover numbers if you just move. But they elect for the safe play. Now, spares low down on the board are just undesirable against back games. And so now they say, all right, we could move to the 6 point, but we want to get our back checkers moving. But at least this way we have another covering number for our 5 point. And we don't leave an indirect shot out of the board. So double fives, that is good, but they still have a problem. Their timing isn't so good. They're going to slot their 4 point because it's the next point in line that they want, and if you can't make it out right, then you can slot it. And there's a blot number. How many blots do we leave? Do we leave only the one blot and go 6-2? Or do we leave two blots? I think, unfortunately, one blot is the answer. And if they hit with a 4, they might not cover with another 4. And they don't hit. And I think they're just going to maximize their chance to make the 4 point by adding another direct builder. And now, it's not unheard of to roll a small double. It is unheard of to roll a 6-5. No, but okay, so this is forced. And this is sort of what they get for putting checkers low down, spares low down. It's hard for them to play safely if they start rolling big numbers later. Shall we double with a double shot on our 4 point not made? I don't think so. You only have 20 ways to hit. You might hit with a 6 and not cover and get hit back and lose. They will not pass. Or if you think they might pass, then it would be a great double. But they decide it's not good enough to double, and they roll, and they hit. That's really good, and then they have to decide, where do we play our 2? It's not very easy to play the 2 right. So what they could do a couple of things. They could lift one of the blots on their 7 or their 8. If so, it would probably be the 7, because it would reduce the chance to be hit. Or they could say, we don't care about getting hit with a 5-2 or a 4-1. We will simply maximize our chance to cover that 4 point. Now, so they've got a lot of numbers. Many numbers do cover the 4 point. 27 to be exact. Now they hit, and they would have been hit twice with that roll had they left a blot. Had he rolled the 6-4, etc. So now there's still not out of the woods, but that's an excellent clearing number. Now, their poor position of spares, like all bunched up on their 3 and 2 point, David and Michael, means that they're not out of the woods yet. And Tara and Jonah are going to try to make their 4 point as quickly as possible. They'll put builders or make their 8 point. They'll slot their bar point. There is a 5-1 safe. That is a very good roll. They're off the gammon. They will slot. They say, shall we slot our 4 point or make our bar point? They're probably right to do this because they might not make their 4 point for a while yet. They clear their 6 point. Oh my gosh. This is the trouble with playing back games, is you might lose a gammon. That's a 6-3. They should just, they make the 4 point, they slot the next point in line, which is their 2 point. Their bar point is another sort of next point in line, but they couldn't slot that. And it is a blot number, but they clear their 5 point. And they leave a 2 shot. They've got 4 checkers off, which means that they might win even after getting hit, but they do not win after getting hit. Now they don't care. Now there is no reason for. I would have played 11-7 because there's no reason to come out of the board. And because backgammon is no worse than a gammon. Now what are the the cube's in the middle, and if they lose a gammon, they lose the match. A backgammon is no worse for Jonah and Kara than a gammon, so they should not be breaking their one. Oh, they broke their 1 point. They broke their 24 points so that they give them an opportunity to leave a blot. That's right. Of course, that's right. They weren't just. Yeah, they can't leave a blot if they don't have a 1 to play, right? So they're right. I don't know what I'm talking about, but maybe I think before while they still have a blot in the 3 point or something, and I think they did stay there. So they're playing well. I'm misspeaking. They hope not to roll a 1. They don't roll a 1, and they've got 4 checkers left, which means that they cannot roll a 1. If they had 3 checkers left, they could roll a 1 and leave 2 blots open. They could win right away, like that. Game set match to David Gray and Michael Pines, beating they were the dark horses, and Jonah and Kara were the white horses. I don't know. They were the favorites going in, but Michael Pines is no slouch. I think his name. I don't know if his name is Michael Pines. It might be Michael Pines. That was a fun match. I do not know what is next on the agenda, if anything. But over on the other side, it looks like Mario Savan and Patrick are still playing, and it looks like Mario has doubled Patrick to 2. That is an 11-point match. It's the money round of the Bison jackpot. And it's a very good double that Mario has made. He's got very good attacking chances against 2 blots in his own board. With a superior board, he has missed. He could have hit, but he didn't. And now Patrick Enright rolls well to make his 5-point. And now 2-1 for Mario. Oh, now it's on the stream. Now you can see this. So Mario has to decide whether to leave that 4-point slotted like a man. Maybe he'll get missed. Maybe he'll make the 4-point, or lift like a wimpy looking lift. But he says no. I'm going to go for the gusto. He's behind in the match, so it is a reasonable thing to do, to play with maximum aggression. But Patrick hits. He safeties a blot, and again, Mario Savan hits, and he's able to anchor and hit. Patrick, again, he hits, and now he makes the anchor, and now Patrick suddenly is the favorite in the game, and Mario should enter with a 4 and play 8-6, adding a potential builder. Patrick makes his 3-point. That is a big enhancement to his position. Now Mario has enough time he has 3-1, and he brings his 4th back checker up to where it wants to be, the anchor on Patrick's 4-point, and he has a 1 to play, 6-5 safely. Now a 6-1, Patrick switches to his 2-point. He could have gone to the 1-point, but he figures I have more ways to cover this 3-point. That was a cocked 5-2. It was definitely leaning against the checker. There is a double 6 which hits and covers. 1-2. Buckle my. Shu, 21-15. And here is a fanning 2-3 now. If Patrick Enright wins a gammon, he will be ahead 1 away to 2 away in Crawford with a something like a 68% winning chance, according to the robot, because the trailer at 2 away, 1 away Crawford can win an undoubled gammon for the match. And the gammon is still on the table here. Mario just entered, and Patrick is going to play 8-5 so he can bear in as quickly as ever he can. Double twos, he says, well, you might, sir, you might yet leave me a shot. I might save the gammon, but if you do leave me a shot, I would like to be able to win this game with a board. No, he says, I'm going to leave a spare checker on my 6 point to minimize bad chances. Probably he should move out to the 14 point because there are bad events where he can't do it. 3-2 is excellent. He brings both checkers in. Patrick Enright, playing the black checkers, will now do his level best to get as many checkers off as he can. Like, he will not say, oh, I have to strip my 6 point. He'll just go 1 off his 5 point. Checkers off is the name of the game. And Patrick is, now he's playing, he didn't waste any pips in the outfield, but he's playing to win after hitting. He might figure he's an underdog, but I think the 1 should have been played 7-6 on the off chance of saving the gammon. Now that 1 is wrong by Patrick. I believe he should just take another checker off. Now 6 to there, 1 should go in again. Go in. He says, I'm going to win this. I'm going to hit you. I don't care about crossovers. Now here's an interesting double 5. It is very tempting to take 4 checkers off and leave extra hitting chances. But now Patrick says, maybe I should take 4 checkers off. By taking 4 checkers off, it is significantly more hitting chances. But it is probably significantly more gammons won. And I would be very happy to. All right. Now, again, he says, I'm probably not going to save the gammon, but... And there's a 3-2, and he's going to play. I think this is correct to play. Just strip the 6 point. He's got a very good chance for gammon if he is not hit. And that's the amoeba split. And he could have crossed over, but I think he might be right not to want to cross over because... No. Oh, Patrick had the 9. I'm sorry. All Patrick had to do was win. So Mario, of course, I had the players mixed up in my mind. That's sort of silly of me. I thought that Patrick had the 6, even though it says 9.
I'm gonna get a sandwich. Did you want anything?
But the double was by Mario, and Mario was the one hoping to win a gammon, and then Patrick was looking for an undoubled gammon. Patrick was looking for just a win, with a coupon too. So he just played for the win, and he was probably right to do so. And I'm not sure that double 5s, as he played it, was playing for the win. I think it was probably wrong. I think it was significantly safer to play safely. But there were considerations like, oh, if I'm hit and I have more checkers off, I can win that way. Patrick Enright is now in the money of the Bison jackpot. And Mario Savan is not. There are no more buybacks. I played 1 round and I lost and I couldn't buy back. But that was my fault for not playing yesterday. So I don't know what's happening as far as other matches being streamed. It is 2:54 p.m. in Denver Mountain Time, United States Mountain Time. It's 3 hours behind Eastern Time, which is the eastern seaboard and extending west somewhat. So I don't think there's any break until maybe 5 o'clock p.m., so there might well be more matches to be streamed here. But I'm going to take a break. I might try to get some, either some food that the organizers kindly supply. It looks like they probably go to Costco, which is a gigantic discount retailer, and they buy a lot of, I think I saw the Costco brand on some of their snacks on a pallet in the tournament room. Kirkland is the Costco brand. They're not paying me anything to say that. But they've got a lot of good snacks, nuts and trail mix and fig bars, which are excellent, and low-calorie, tasty popcorn, protein bars, which are more caloric but supply you with a lot of protein for energy, and sugar and carbs for energy. It's really, you can't go wrong coming to this tournament. You can, if you don't have time to eat a proper lunch, you can just get your calories from the snacks, and you don't have to get too many calories if you don't want to. Fruit and nut mix, I mean, they're it's all very good. There's water everywhere. There isn't coffee, but you can easily get coffee at the hotel for not very much money. So it is a good tournament. The long and short of it is, this is a tournament I will return to. This is my first time here. I heard favorable reports over the several years that it has been run before this. I'm not sure when the first one was. Might have been 2021 even, or 22, or even before then. I don't know, but they've been doing it for a while, and they've got it down to an art and a science.
Are they done?
Yeah, they're done. Patrick beat Mario.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll talk some more. I just want to get a snack or something. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll be back at this table pretty soon, I guess. For now, adieu.
is 7 points? No, it's not doubles. It's women's. I think it's 7.
It's
Danielle,
the consolation.
Tony Oakley. I'm not. We got to get this. Do you know how to do this, right? Okay, that's fine. Oh, you know how to do it. Wow, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Don't forget this is yours now when you leave. Yes. It's 12. It should be 12. Oh, no, but does it similar?
Oh, it's the worst. This.
Oh, just that.
Yeah.
So how have you enjoyed your first big tournament?
I need to put workshop last week, like
Right.
a novice, but
Right.
I meant to.
Who ran that last year? Did Julius run that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Julius has been wonderful, I think, for beginners, just that.
Here's my phone. That's something.
Do you need any water? Oh, I can take a bottle of it. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't be here infecting people if I thought I had a sickness.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, not at all. No, they sent that, it just happens automatically after you record the prior match. And I had known, after I played whoever it was that I played last time, he said to me, you'll play out with Heidi, but it's not gonna be till tomorrow at the doubles. And I said, fine. Well, cause we knew the double started at 11.
I felt terrible because I didn't. I was gonna work like my day job,
Uh-huh.
so I did a little bit of that.
Did I say what? No, I didn't say that. I just said if they do commentary, they should mention I'm under the weather. I'm joking, Dee.
I don't know.
Yeah? Good match. You can see without him, he was just reading, but they make everything clear. You're right, going this way.
Yeah.
Hello, all you stream watchers. I'm Marty Storer. I'm back again. We have got, this is it's an Annie Oakley Shootout consolation round two, so I assume it's a women's tournament. We've got Marcy Kosar. I knew her as Marcy Cohen in the good old days when she was a law student in Buffalo, New York, and we had a backgammon scene there. Marcy is a good player, and I don't know Heidi, but we've got a 0-0 and a 7-point match. Marcy is at your left wearing the white sweater thing, and Heidi is the other person. And it is 0-0, and the cube is on Marcy's side, and Marcy has significant shot equity. That is a 5-3 that Heidi has rolled, I guess. Yep, her clock is updating. So she has to play safe. It's ugly. She strips her 6-point and she puts checkers stacked up low in her board. But Marcy has to roll, and she has to decide how she's going to play the 4-2. It seems clear to play to keep the checker back on Heidi's 2-point. The real question was whether she should, leave a blot on Heidi's 10-point. Now Heidi has just rolled the ultimate good number, hitting 2 blots and making her own 2-point, diminishing Marcy's chance of hitting a shot drastically. Now, Heidi put 2 checkers onto her 10-point last turn. She could have played more. She could have spread them out more. That would have meant carefully considering how many shots she was leaving, for example. Now, this is a crummy throw for Heidi because she really has no earthly choice but to make. So she was trying to play a 1-4. So she had a 1. She played a 1, and Marcy points out a legal way to play the 1-3, which was what she intended to play. And Marcy would like to come in on the 4-point or just stay on the bar. Staying on the bar has extra risk of gammons. And now Heidi must clear her 6-point, otherwise she'd have to leave a blot. And she is not going to volunteer a direct shot. Oh, she's thinking about it, but then she sees, no, I am going to clear my 6-point. If she rolls, I think there might be 12 numbers that force her to leave a blot. 4-3, 5-3, 6-3. That would be 6, 5-4. 6-4, 6-5 would be 12. And she does not have to leave anything open with that. She plays 3-2, which will give her a faster bear off, but it takes away a spare 2 for later parlays. And she clears safely. And Marcy is on the gammon save attempt. She seems like she's a favorite to save, so she's going to cross to the 12-point, and she's going to cross from 20 to 16. When I say cross, I mean move to a different quadrant of the board. A quadrant is a bunch of contiguous points, 6 of them. And double 2s for Heidi. Now she bore 4 off. She might have borne 3 off. 3 off might have been better, actually, insuring against bad 2s later, because she's got an odd number of checkers. Now she should. Now that was interesting. I think maybe she should have filled her 2-point. I'm not really sure. There's some variations where she rolls 3 successive 2s and misses. But now she can. Okay, now she's okay. She didn't see that she could fill the 2-point. Does it matter if she's got 8 checkers left? So yeah, it did matter. I think she has 8 checkers left. Marcy is just not wasting pips outside, trying to get home as quickly as she can. And now that is a 5-2. Now, how many checkers does
I think I
Heidi
beat
Hoops
her.
have left? I will omit the silly jokes. What was that of? Okay, so Marcy made the right play there. She had 7 checkers left. So she missed with a 2, and she could have played the tricky 4-2 or 4-2 and then 3 off. And then she would have had her 2-point filled and she would not have missed. But it doesn't matter because she wouldn't be winning a gammon with that sequence of rolls anyway. So 2 points for Heidi Hoops, and Marcy Kosar is saying to herself, I'm going to get you now. Now, the thing about Marcy's play that left a blot exposed in Heidi's outfield was that it probably was right because it put extra pressure against Heidi's 11-point, and that horrible gammoning double 1 that Heidi rolled is not expected to occur more than 1 time out of every 36 rolls. So Marcy, at the score, she splits. Okay, so that now Marcy, that just might be Marcy's style, is to play a little more conservatively. But at the score, if she's behind 7 away to 5 away, it strongly suggests she should be aggressive at least a little bit, and an aggressive play without much, if any, loss of equity, according to the robot, is to slot your 5-point. So Marcy knows her way around the checker plays, and she has to advance her back checker to where it can see daylight. It can get out with a 5 or a 6. Both of them can get out at once with a 6-6 or a 6-5. And failing that, Marcy might roll some 1 and an anchor on Heidi's 3-point. Or she might just hit loose, and I think she will. She could play safe, but that would allow Heidi the full roll. And she says, well, I could play safe and put more pressure on Heidi's back checker by making the 10-point. And she said, this might be better because my anchor is still I don't necessarily need an anchor to survive this. Now Heidi says, all right, I'm going to run my back checker. She might have run her forward checker. The drawback to this is that her remaining back checker is exposed to attack. But now, if Marcy can run one back checker to the midpoint, she would have 140 pips. And it's reasonable. So Heidi has 41 pips. So Heidi ought to just run her back checker. So what did I say? 140 for Marcy and 141 for Heidi before this roll. So she'll just run. But she says, "Oh, how do I leave more shots? Do I?" So this leaves more shots. This leaves 21 out of 36 shots. The other way would have left 14 instead of 21, but 2 blots instead of 1. But it doesn't matter because Marcy misses anyway with a number with which she would have hit in the same sequence. But now Heidi is happy because she's got an 11-point made. It's a useful point. So Heidi can play. She could have given up a 2-number shot by putting a checker on the 10-point. I think I would have done so because even if Marcy would have hit that 17-1 shot, Heidi would have had a direct return shot at the blot on the 4-point. And now Heidi says, all right, 126, I got 126. And Marcy has 127. But her back checker is in trouble. So this is a screaming take. It may or may not be a double. I would be inclined to caution at the score. Marcy is counting away. Did I count correctly? 50, 65, 69, 79, 105, 127. Wait, 75, 105, and 21 is 126. Yeah, Heidi's got 126. Shall Heidi put a spare on her 6 point? Yes. Should she have hit loose? Maybe, but then again, maybe not. Shall Marcy run out into a 20 number shot, or shall she start building her board? I would build the board only because I don't know whether Heidi will hit loose when she should. I know she will hit if I come out, and she can hit it all. But the drawback of not coming out is that you might not escape now, right? Or you might have to. Yeah, you have a board, but now you're under the gun against 3 builders. But that is not a point making. Okay, so Heidi could be super aggressive and play 11-3 hit, or she could play. He could make her 8 point and try to block Marcy, but then Marcy could hit with a 6-4, a 6-2, or any one. So Heidi says, I will what? Oh, she made her 1 point, which was the safest play. And Marcy is thinking what she wants. 4-2 is not it, so I think she should just go. She says, oh, for the race, I will break my 8 point. Now, the crossover is not critically important for a race. And so what Marcy could have done is to play 6-4, which likewise, it moves 2 pips. It doesn't cross over. And she would have had an 8 point made in case if she rolls a 5-3 or 6-2 and hits, she would not like to be hit back with 2-6 from the bar. There is a 6-4, and I think she'll just make her 2 point because now it's really costly this is not costly, this is juicy. Point on the head. Now Marcy can still survive this by entering with a 2. That is not a 2. That is the 3-1. Now the super safe play is just to lift the blot 11-7. There are a couple of less safe plays. Breaking the 7 point to add more builders and preserve some more flexibility. But the 7 point is still valuable. And now I think Heidi should just play safe like that. No reason to leave any shots with a constructive play. Marcy still does not roll double 2s. Marcy has double 5s or 5-2 to close the board. 5-1, she can play semi-safely 13-7. Leaving only a 2-1. But shall I leave a 2-6 and a 2-5 for builders? And a 2-1, 6 numbers, that is certainly a blunder. Marcy shakes her dice, and she rolls a 5-1, ugly wuggly. Now, a double 6 is a blot number, but now there are, okay, now Heidi will just play safe. I think she's better off now than she would have been had she played a safer play the other time. And she plays correctly. She gets builders on all of her open points. Marcy again stays on the bar. Marcy could be in some gammon danger if Heidi closes her board right now. So she should make her 2 point and look at the last 2. Now the safer play of the last 2 would be just this, so she has 2 on her 5 and 2 on her 6. She might give up a few extra gammons by doing so, But here's a 4-3, which is very nice. Bearing off 2 checkers, keeping the closed board, giving a very safe position. Her worst roll is probably 4-1. And this is probably the safest of the 4-1s. Because first of all, it gives Marcy a chance to enter behind the checkers. She would have had 9 numbers to leave a blot if Heidi had stayed on the bar. But other plays would have left slightly fewer than 9. But if you add up the hitting chances over all the following turns, Heidi's play, I'm pretty sure, was the safest. I used to study these things very closely when I was young and, able to remember things better than I do now. So it's a very, very slight chance for Marcy Backgammon. She probably just saves it. And now, should she play to the 8 point, or should she play? She probably should play to the 9 and 11 points. I'm pretty sure that's right. I think a big swing number is 4-1. And so Marcy, there's some little tricks here. So that's a 4-2. And that is the right play. And Marcy will have 25 numbers to get at least 1 checker off next turn. And she needs it. She needs those 25. Any one misses. That is not any one, so she's off the gammon. A big gammon save by Marcy Kosar. She's rather good at saving the gammon. I mean, I don't know that she made any errors on the gammon save part of this game. Didn't see any. But Marcy, despite her vast experience, she's been playing probably before I first met her which was about 1984, I think. She had been playing for a while even then. It is now 42 years after that. And Heidi probably is not 42 years old. Marcy hits, she splits, and Marcy hits, I'm sorry, who splits? Marcy splits, and Heidi hits, and Marcy hits back, and Heidi anchors on Marcy's 5 point, and Marcy was hoping to make a new point, either with either the 18 point or the 11 point or even the 7 point or the 4 point or the 2 point. But Marcy says, I will gain a tempo rather than advance in your board, and maybe you'll miss me. And Heidi says, well, maybe I'll hit you in the outfield, which she should do, and she does. With Marcy on the bar, Heidi is not afraid of attacking chances. Marcy now will cover her 2 point. Yes, it's a deep point, but it is a second innerboard point, and it is a non-blot if there are 2 on that point. And there is a 6-4. I think now what Heidi should do is make the anchor with a 4, and then safety with a 6, just like that. The best part of that play was to make that anchor. I predict Marcy will slot her 4 point from her midpoint, unstack the point, and try to make a 3rd point in her board. This is an interesting play. Now, Heidi should play very aggressively to attack those back checkers. I think she should hit both of them. The idea behind hitting both checkers and leaving 2 blots, that would be a double tiger play, as Michi Kawayama says. But Heidi's white. She said, I'm not going to make any double tiger play. I can't leave 2 blots. She probably said, I really don't want to leave 2 blots, but she should have left. The number of shots she was leaving was comparable to the number of shots she left Marcy in that position. Maybe there were a few more, but not many more. And the gains, if Marcy missed that double shot were immense. And she would miss the double shot, five times out of 12. And that was a deuce. So it was an aggressive 2 by Heidi. She could also have made her 11 point. I think I would have made the 11 point if I were she. If I were her, I suppose is better. So Marcy thinks about her last 2, and she says, I will keep my anchor and I will make a better board rather than to come out and have to limp home through the outfields and let Heidi build a board. And the other part of keeping the anchor and making a better board is that Heidi has blots lying around. And sometimes when you have blots lying around, 6s are bad for you because they tend to be very forcing. So with that 6-5, Heidi really had no choice but to play as she did, lift the blot and move another blot to the outfield. And Marcy has missed that blot. She'll just reinforce her 8 point. That spare checker might be useful to attack Heidi later or to build Marcy's 4 point. Now here is a 6-5 for Heidi, and she should just... Now this is very risky, so before she does this, she should check the pip count. And it's just too risky. She could have just made her 4 point and kept the anchor going. Marcy missed. She had 15 out of the 36 would have hit. But now, so now Heidi has to lift her blot. She can do so with a 1. But then she has to play a 3, and she could play 6-3 or 4-1 safely. 6-3 would be better. But she does not wish to leave that blot there. And she's trying, so she plays legally. She almost wanted to make her 4 point. So she's got 139. Well, Heidi has 139 pips. Marcy has 120 before the roll. So given the deficit in the race, Heidi chose to enter more of a racing position. So when you're behind in the race, don't race. And she could have just kept more contact on the board and improved her inner board. And Marcy could have abandoned her anchor. Maybe she should have, because the timing is in her favor. And if maybe Marcy knew the pip count, maybe she didn't. But the thing is now that Heidi can do, she rolled a 4 something, right? What was that 4 something? 6-4, I guess. And she covered her 3 point. What Heidi will be doing is covering points. And I believe, now Marcy says, I can escape safely. Now I'm going to count the pips. 107 after this. And 129 for Heidi. So she counts the pips in whatever fashion she does, and I think she makes the right play. But now Heidi is, Heidi has got a strong winning try, which is to move 2 checkers from her 8 point and hit Marcy loose. If she plays safe, and that's what she's doing. And that looks right to me. Don't forget that if Marcy hits back, Heidi is a favorite to enter immediately. And now that Marcy does not hit back, the question is whether Heidi should turn the cube. She was a, I think she had 27 out of 36 to cover her 5 point. If she didn't cover her 5 point, she could still roll a 5-4 and make her 1 point. But the score is a bit, it's a bit, it mitigates against a double. And Heidi was not able to cover. But Marcy obligingly stayed on the bar yet again against the 3 point board. And Heidi says, all right, I'll make it into a 4-point board. Now you're only a very slight favorite to enter. And you won't enter, and now maybe I should double. Because if I get 2 points, now I will make my 5 points, she says. And think about playing for the gammon if Marcy stays on the bar. Think about playing for the gammon if she doesn't stay on the bar, but I think if she comes in now, I think this is too good to double. There are 2 numbers with which to close the board, and now she says, I'm an aggressive build woman. I'm going to leave 4 shots instead. She could have left 1 or 2, depending on how she played that thing. I would have left 1. Now, the trouble with leaving the blots over there is not just the immediate chance to hit, but also the fact that Heidi would have trouble moving her rearmost checkers without leaving extra shots. So should Heidi leave only 2 shots and go 15-11? No, she says, I'll leave 4 and I'll keep my builders in place. That is the least wimpy of the plays, the most likely to win a gammon.
Oh my God.
And there is Marcy's revenge. Kaboom, she says. She plops it onto the bar. But don't forget, 4-6-1-6 and all that stuff. 4-2 is safe. She's not going to toss that roll back. And now the pip count is such that, neither side is winning the race. Now Marcy could have hit loose. She could have hit loose aggressively, but it just might not be warranted. Marcy has 96 pips. And Heidi has 88 pips, but she's on roll, but she should not double because it would be such an easy take. Now she's ahead in the race by 8 pips. It would be a take for money at that count if it was a straight race. But since there is contact remaining, which is, it's not clear that contact favors Heidi. Certainly if Heidi runs into Marcy's outer board, Marcy will have a direct shot to hit and gain time in the race. But what is more likely is that Heidi lurks in Marcy's board. Marcy counts the pips she takes. Marcy's got a little bit of inefficiencies within her board. She's got a gap on her 4-point, a stack on her 3-point, a stack on her midpoint, so that she's got a little inflexibility. But now Heidi says, all right, I am going to get out while the getting's good. Now, there are 15 ways that Marcy has to hit that thing. That is not any part of the 15. So Marcy says, all right, I'll keep my 4-point board just in case she can't get by my remote 1-point prime like that. I think now what Heidi must do is minimize the chance to be hit. And that is the only way to do it. She could have played some other 2, but she's got to move 3. And now Marcy says, will I hit thee? I darn right will hit thee. Will I leave a 6-4? Or will I leave a double 4? She says, I'll leave a 6-4 because I have an easy time getting home. An easier time. I can deploy my outfield checkers much more nicely. For example, I can block the double 4, or I can make my 12, my 10 and 11. Now this pays off to the double 4 racing number, but it brings all the checkers closer to home instead of the more compact structure. That means that Marcy will have an easier time coming home safely. Probably. You would expect so usually. Now Marcy says, what about my pip count? And it is 82 pips for Marcy. And 82 pips for Annie. But, and whom does the contact favor? Now, Marcy has got really nice looking double sixes, double fives, double fours, and double threes, and double twos, and double ones. So it's all the doubles, and she's got a 2-1 to make point on head. And she's got a 4-3 to make her bar point. But she says, that's not enough for me. She might be getting there. And the other thing is that if Marcy loses 2 points, she will be down in the Crawford game, needing 7 points. Supposedly, if the players are equal, she would supposedly have a mere 9% to win that. Now, Annie has moved out of Marcy's board. Now she is behind in the race, and some of Marcy's worst racing numbers involving ones are good because they hit a blot and leave at most like 4 return shots. Now it is just, for me, that was just I really would have doubled that, because it's a chance to draw even in the match. And if you lose 2, it's not too much worse than losing 4. You lose 9% match winning chances if you lose 4 versus 2. In practice, it would be different based on the relative skill levels, but it's not, you can't, it's hard to tell. It's hard to handicap somebody's exact skill level versus somebody else's and all that stuff. And how will they both play at this score, and who knows. But anyway, Marcy got 2 points, and Heidi Hoops is opened with a 4-1. Heidi Hoops might be a basketball player, ha ha ha. But she makes a strong 4-1 play. Slotting the 5 point is not with a 1 is not recommended when one is ahead 3 away to 5 away in a match. So now Heidi decides, he says, I don't want to hit and leave blots everywhere. I want to make my bar point. Unfortunately, that is making a point versus hitting in the outer board in the early game. It's often just the wrong idea. And Marcy was not being hit. Marcy was free to move her whole roll. She rolled a very crummy 3-2, and she elected to advance in Heidi's board and safety her outside blot. It's reasonable because she's only got 1 back to 2, and she might want to get her check her away. Heidi's rolled a joker double 4, pointing on Marcy. Marcy must enter with a 1, come down with a 3. 8s and 9s hit, minus double 4, double 2. So that would be 9 numbers to hit outside, and she would have things like double 6s, 6-5 to hit inside, and double 4 to make the 5 point. But she's not doubling because Marcy would really wish to redouble her. At the very drop of a hat, Marcy would redouble. As soon as she had 40% winning chance, something ridiculous like that, she could, depending on the particular position, by losing 2 points, she'd be down in the Crawford game 5 away. So she would be Marcy would be eager to take a cube if there were any, there were decent winning chances. because the gammon value of Heidi Hoops compared game, oh, that's a double six. Okay, that's a nice roll for Heidi. And she says, I might even, if I'm lucky, I might even win an undoubled gammon. And Marcy says, I will come in and hit you, I hope. And she does. Even now, Heidi has got a whole bunch of sixes and fours. She says, I'm going to double you. And Marcy says, well, you've got 10 sixes that hit me, and you've got 9 more fours that hit me. You've got a double 2 and a double 3. And that's only, so you hit me only 7 times out of the 12 possible. And then I might even come in. And shall I hit you for a tempo, or shall I safely come out? I'm coming out. I'm right. You might hit me. Yes. 25 numbers after I come out, and probably a similar number if I hit loose on the 2-point. And Marcy says, I don't want a blot on my board. I do want to get away. It is a double shot, but the alternatives are crummy. And Heidi says, well, I know I'm going to hit. I'm an aggressive player of the builders, but I am not going to go 7-6. And Marcy says, all right. I would have hit you if you had played what I think is probably right, but now that is no hit. And Heidi says, I'm going to run away. I've got 108 pips. Will Marcy lurk on her 16-point and make a 2-point in her board? Or will she stack up on her 6-point and leave no shots? Now, Marcy's an aggressive player. So Marcy has 126 pips, and unfortunately for Marcy, Heidi is hit. Now it's like, all right. She has six ways to hit back, and that's 2 of them. It's a 5-3. It's one of the ways in which 5-3 could have come up. And she might hit back with a 1. What is that thing? It's a 3. And I can't see the other number, 2. Okay. That's the right play. Marcy says, I'm not going to double you yet because I'm 2. I'm not very happy with this. So Marcy says, I'm not going to go 8-6. I will give up 6 hitting numbers. Only 4 of the 7s hit. There is a 7 that hits. Kaboom. You got 6 hitting numbers, just roll them. 6-5 was the other one. 4-3-5-2. Oh, she's in. Okay, now Marcy has no choice but to play safely. No second blot desired. Marcy is just itching for a good chance to redouble. And Heidi says, I'm going to hit you. No, she says, I'm going to play safe. She could have hit and lifted. Now Marcy says, I wish to get out of the board, hopefully with a hitting number or a double 6. At least that will make my 5-point. Heidi says, I rolled 4-3 once before, maybe I'll do it again. And she should say to herself, I better hit and lift that blot and give up a double 5 to hit. And lurking equity if Marcy rolls a 3 and something. There is a lurk. Shall Marcy play safe? That was a tough one. Shall Heidi hit? If she doesn't hit, it looks a little reckless to hit to me, because her 5 would not be good. And the pure hitting play is to break the 18-point. There's even another hitting play that doesn't break a point. She can play 5 hit. No, she's going to break without hitting. She could have hit loose and slotted her 5-point, and only had 2 blots and maintained her 18 point. That would have been tempting for me. Well, there is a double 2 to hit. So Marcy hits with 3 of those 2s. Decides on the 4th one. Shall I leave it slotted? No, well, she could have left it slotted and then entered, but she probably wanted to duplicate entry numbers and hitting numbers. That's a cocked 6-4. Heidi tries again. She rolls a 6-1. She will be in with a 6, and she'll be safely to her 7 point. No, she likes to get out, and she doesn't mind the double direct shot. I would have been minding it. And Marcy says, maybe I can hit you twice. Is that legal? No, I don't think it would be legal. I think that was a non-double 1. She says, yes, I will hit twice. And now I will be doubling you pretty soon, just for ha-has. If you enter 2 checkers, maybe not. Or maybe so. Marcy has to realize that Heidi will probably take, and correctly so, if doubled. Because Marcy has 4 checkers on her 2 point. She's not a favorite to make a point on Heidi's head. And if she rolls a 6 in terms of bar point or the like, well, that's on her head, so she's going to go right on her head 5-4. There were 8 numbers like that to make a 4-point board by making the 3 point. And there is a 4-5, and so Heidi will come out of that board, I think. It's not unreasonable to stay there, but you just have to dump a checker down to her 2 point. And now Marcy says, shall I double? And the answer is, I will not double. What I will do is I will hippity hop. I will give up 4 8s to hit, because double 4s and 2s are blocked. 6-2 and 5-3 hit. 6-2 is duplicated to make the 16 point. 4-2 is just crummy, and she will come around the... Will she come around, or will she duplicate a hitting 4? I think she should just run forward with the to her 10 point. It might give more good numbers, but it does a few good things. It does more good things. I don't know. Do you go 10 to do you leave that and slot a point just to duplicate 4s? You're gonna pass anyway. I think Marcy's right to cash the game. I don't think Heidi's got enough winning chances here. And she might get gammoned on 4. Now, by losing 4, she would be down in the Crawford game. And Marcy says, I will hit you once. Will I hit you twice? Probably not. She'll probably just make the 9 point and hope for better things later and not weaken her board. There is an entry number, I think she should save a 6 somehow. She saves 2 6s, switching to her 5 point, not bad. Marcy rolls a 5-4, which is kind of crummy, but it only leaves 4 shots. She doesn't want to move one of her builders down to her 3 point or anything like that. And there is a non-hitting number. No, probably, yeah, it's like if she's going to move her back checker, she should run all the way. That might, it's not even clear that she gets gammoned more by running. But she's going to maximize her exposure by moving both checkers up. She duplicates 2s and 1s. And that is an ugly 1. So if Marcy hits with a 1, she will have to stack on her 2. But if she does this, what is her pip count? 56 pips. and 86 pips raw without adjusting for any distributional factors. So it seems to me Marcy has to do this rather than leave 8 possibly winning shots. Now the other thing is that Marcy might win some more gammons with the more aggressive play, but probably not enough to be concerned about. So that is now 74 pips for white, 66 pips for black. This looks like the right play to be filling both the gaps. That minimizes the race formula heuristic called the Keith count, and you want to minimize it just like you want to have fewer pips to go in a race. So probably 5-1 is a little better for smoothness. But Marcy is a monstrous favorite now in the race. And that looks good to me by Heidi, 2 crossovers. And the 4 is probably best played to the 2-point like Marcy did. Oh, double boxcars. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Marcy is still the favorite, especially after that roll. And by winning 4 points, Marcy will be ahead in the Crawford game. And against an equal player, I'm not making any statements about who is equal or unequal. 3-1 bad roll for, against an equal player, she would have about 31-32% winning chances. Because she could roll, she could win an undoubled backgammon or whatever. No, 3 away, sorry, 3 away is more like 25. 20, it's more like a little over 25, not 2 away. At Crawford, she would need to win an undoubled backgammon or the game, and then then a doubled the following game. And according to Extreme Gammon, that is 25.08% for the trailer, just due to that chance to win the undoubled backgammon. And that's all she wrote. With 9 checkers off, she cannot get off in 2. And Marcy can get off in 2. And Heidi cannot get 7 checkers off with 1 double. So Marcy wins 4 points. So Heidi is perhaps inexperienced in match play, the equities involved. What are the winning chances from certain scores or the like. If I'm playing a stronger opponent, how should I adjust my checker play or my cube action? If I'm playing a weaker opponent, how should I do that? What's my style? How shall I play in faithfulness to my style? You know, these are all questions that need to be asked. So now, at the moment, Marcy does not fear losing a gammon, because that would just get Heidi to double match point. And if Heidi merely won 1 point, she would double in the next game, and then if Marcy could drop if she didn't like her chances, but then the following game would just be double match point. But if the double were accepted, there would be 1 game to go. So the gammon doesn't gain. Gammon gains like not giving Marcy a free drop in cases where she is the underdog when she gets doubled. But it doesn't gain in any other way, and that's only a small way in which to gain. So Marcy should not be afraid of losing a gammon. She should try to win the game. She should be afraid of losing a backgammon, which would win the match for Heidi, but backgammons are rarely seen. And Marcy says, shall I? What shall I do with my double 5s? I think she's played 2 of them. And she says, maybe I'll make a big fat point in my board and not care about my 4-point prime. Now, at a double match point like score, a blockade is a good structure. So I personally might have kept my 8-point and slotted my 3-point just to maintain 4 points in a row. Marcy says, ha, I rolled double sixes. I will play safe. I have 119 pips, and after this roll, you have something like 145 pips. And now I will clear my hardest point. No, that was an interesting clear the hardest point play. It might have been correct. Probably was, but to be considered was moving to the 11-point and moving to the 16-point. So here is one of those ugly numbers you have to watch out for with a 14-point and 13-point configuration. Now Marcy is simply going to put 2 on her 2-point, or is she? She says, "No, I'm ahead enough in the race. Maybe I want to pay the piper now versus later." I mean, it's a reasonable idea. If she is gammoned, she doesn't really mind. And there is Heidi not seeing that she could even hit. Or maybe she saw it and decided not to, but it was a wrong decision. But luckily for her, Marcy is just going forward and making a 4-point board. Now if Heidi hits, it's really bad for Marcy, because Heidi has a nice 4-point board. Heidi misses, and she probably makes her bar point for shot equity. And she says, no, I want to build my 2-point. I'll keep them spread out, or do I want my 5-point prime? She wants a 5-point prime. No big deal either way. The swing number is when Marcy rolls a double 4 and cannot move her blot anywhere. With 5-4, I think she'll just move the 5 in safely, and but no, Marcy says, I'm gonna, shall I leave a direct shot? And the answer is usually you should not volunteer when you have so many rolls to go. Note, for example, that if Marcy rolls a 6-2 in this position, she can go 13 to 7, 13 to 11, and leave only a 6-number shot. And Heidi says, and I think she was right to, I'm not sure about how she played the 4. I mean, how she played her 5-4. She left it spare on the 6. I mean the 7, spare on the 3. Might have been better off
What time is our reservation?
somewhere else. Now I think Heidi is probably going to slot her 2-point, and it's not critical. And there's the 6-2 I was mentioning, and Heidi hopes for that 7, not a 7. She will cover her 2-point. Now Marcy is a nice favorite to come in safely and win this race. And that's one reason why Heidi should have hit with that 5-2 earlier. That is a bad number, as numbers go. 2-1 would have been worse. But now Marcy is vulnerable to 6-3 blot number, 6-4 blot number, 6-5 blot number. Double, is that all? I think that's all blot numbers. Double 4 can play safely inside. Ugly but safe. 4-3 can. 3-2 can. 3-1 can. You know, it's not. So now Heidi has played 2 4s, and she says, all right, if I get to hit a blot next turn, I don't want to blot on my 1-point. There's a blot number 6-4. That's why Marcy's previous roll was bad. It forced her into the position she ended up in with 3 on the 7. And it is a 5-2. Great googly moogly. Now we must run with a back checker. Break your anchor rather than your board. That is breaking your board. It's 5 points, but the 6 point is open. It blocks a double 3. Of that, there is no doubt. Shall Marcy clear her 6 point? I believe she should. It's a little worse if Heidi rolls double 5 or double 6. There's a double 6.
Well, that changes it a bit.
And maybe, now that she's rolled a double 6, maybe Marcy wonders even more about clearing that point. Now, Marcy's got a big distributional problem. Her 4s played very badly. That's a bad 2-1. She's got a crossboard. She does. Any number except 2-1 bears off at least 1 checker for Heidi. Marcy continues not to roll a bad 4. There's a 5-4, which is good. He bears the checker off. Marcy is still favored. Now at least she only has 3 checkers above her bad gap instead of 5 or 6 or whatever it was. Good number for Heidi, not great, but pretty good. There's 2 off for Marcy. She has not rolled a 4. That is a 2-1 horrid number for Heidi. Now Marcy's almost a prohibitive favorite. There's a 6-3. So Marcy doesn't, she probably won't even miss with a 4 unless she rolls 4-3, 4-2, 4-1 right now. Heidi has 8 checkers left. Marcy does not miss, but she might miss with a few numbers next time. And so the chance to miss gives Heidi a prayer to win the game. Now that's over. Can't get 6 checkers off with a double. Game, set, match to Marcy Kosar. Marcy is an attorney, so she can argue adeptly about the plays she makes. I don't know what she's setting up. Oh, she might be trying to show her where she made a mistake bearing off. Yeah, she should have made a play such as this. It was different. She had more checkers on her 1 point and stuff like that, but she would have, the sequence that occurred, she would have saved her roll by filling the gap. And it's just a trick that probably Heidi had never been aware of before. And sometimes it matters whether you have an odd number of checkers or an even left after you move. Sometimes it's right not to fill the gap if you have an odd number of checkers left. Maybe you're more concerned about playing an extra pip than filling a gap. That sometimes happens. Anyway, that's it for this match. I'm going to wander away, and that was an entertaining match. And I'm going to wander away and see what else is happening. Maybe they'll put somebody else on the stream pretty soon, but if so, I might be. But I think Heidi Hoops is. Probably you're going to see her around the scene more.
Hi.
So you show her the trick to bury the 4-2 and 3 off.
Say that again?
You're just showing her that bear off thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she had more checkers left, but it was the same idea.
It was the same idea. I just wanted to show her the idea.
Right, that's
That's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're on a
How
break.
did I play? How did I play?
Excellent.
pretty well, I thought. Yeah. I
I
thought you should have doubled her to 4 earlier.
Yeah.
Like
A couple of, maybe once or even
Once
twice.
or twice.
Yeah,
yeah.
remember
Well,
like
when I stopped and thought about it.
Yeah.
remember game when you were down 4-0?
Yes.
She doubled you earlier.
Yes.
You should have doubled very aggressively, like.
Right. You should. Yeah. You
I
missed.
should have
You.
redoubled
You.
right
You.
away?
You.
Not
Not right
right
away.
away.
But you were a big enough favorite. For one roll, maybe even more. Where you should have doubled.
I thought there were 2 places.
You
where
could
I
lose your
stopped
market.
for a long time and
Yeah.
thought about it at least.
Yeah,
And then chose
the idea
not
is that
to.
if she wins 2, you're down in Crawford,
Right.
needing. I think you had 0 points maybe. You had 0 points, so down in Crawford, and you need 6. and a 7, or you need
No,
7.
I wasn't down at Crawford.
No, you would have. You had.
I would have been.
You
Okay.
would have been
I
if
would
you
have
lost.
been.
You,
You're
you-
right, you're right.
It was
Good
4-0. If you lost 2, if
Good
you
point.
lost, if you lost 2, so you're not.
Good
You're
point.
only
I get
losing.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
9%
I
match-winning chances.
I get it. I
if you-
totally get it.
Right.
Thank you.
So
That's
that is
very
a
good
that
point.
is a big factor
Thank you.
mandating
That's a very
an
good point.
aggressive
That
fork
was a
you.
very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I felt better about that game, my play, than I have in a long time. I've not felt good about my play, but I felt good about that match. All right, I'm gonna go get some more.
Yeah.
We are on a break till 7.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna cut it off.
So it's break time. 7 o'clock or so. Somebody will turn. I'm going to have to be playing at that time. I'm going to play in the first round of the main event. I'm going to play in. So maybe I'll lose quickly or win quickly. There will be only one round if I don't have to buy back. I will buy back because it's a good deal buying back. That's a good thing about this tournament. One more good thing about the Denver Wild West Shootout tournament is that if you lose, then you might be able to buy back at a reduced fee and protect your side pool entry. In other words, if you buy back, and you're in the side pool, you do not have to pay another side pool fee, which is good. That means you should always buy back. And I think the buyback fee is half of the normal fee. So they really want to pump that. They really want to get a lot of money into that pool, and that's what the players want, and that's what they want, because they do not do it for free. They keep some of the entries for themselves to compensate themselves for all the great work they do. But it's not it's not a ruinous, outrageous rate. It's quite reasonable, quite normal. And we will go to these tournaments regardless. Even if we think we are an underdog money-wise, we will have good entertainment. Anyway, here we are, and here I go.